sure. Welcome to the Esports World Cup. I'm pretty sure for all of you guys have been waiting for that MLBB action. Well, we're going to be starting here with the wildcards. My name is MLFL. I'll be your desk host. And we flew over all the way from Indonesia and Philippines. This is going to be my friends for today. We got Mirko as well as Brigida. We're here at the wildcards. We got 8 best of ones. And then we're doing with the first 4. So first of all, Mirko, how's Parry?
Bro, Parry has been phenomenal, fantastic. You know, we've taken a stroll here and there. I think it's even more motivation for the players because they've been all around, and if they want to stay here, they gotta make it to the main stage.
Yep, I've seen countless stories of just the views and everything that they've been having so far in terms of their experience here in Paris, and I really feel like all of them would want to extend their stay.
Speaking of which, in case you guys don't know, this is gonna be the wildcard where only one team will make it through to the main stage. And then at that point, now that's the real deal. For here, we got 9 teams. They'll be facing up against each other for the first 2 days. This is going to be a slugfest. This is going to be 8 best of ones. But then later on, we do move on to a best of 3 later on. But we will talk about that during the format because something that all of us here are going to be looking out for is the change of meta. Because ever since the change, tank junglers coming back, Matilda might be viable, EXP feels open. Like, it's going to be crazy.
And the gold lane hasn't changed at all.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess some things never change, right? It's still mostly the Claws, the Harrods, some of those weak side goal laners. Maybe you can pull off a Moskov. But we've seen some teams actually start pulling off some of those strong side picks. So, again, in the wild card, it's usually the place where we see a lot of more bombastic side of picks.
And there's a reason why we call it the wild card. Who knows if this is the first time we'll ever be seeing the new hero come to play as well. That's
I would love to see Hirara.
Hirara.
I'd love to see Hirara.
Yeah,
For
because
no reason.
Here's the thing. As an analyst, I did the calculation, and one of the, I would say, most punishing things about this meta is actually the jungle, right? Because you would think this is a good patch for the jungle, but actually it is pretty bad because everyone wants your jungle. Like, it gives a lot of EXP, and because of that, it denies a lot of EXP, which is why we were talking about this behind the scenes. I actually think there is a place for Selena just because she clears the camp super fast, making it possible for the first 2 minutes for you to actually establish something. With that being said, we'll see how the wildcard teams actually handle that early game because, I don't know, this is just best of 1. You don't get time to re-prepare to face the same opponent again because you don't get that.
And honestly, since the new patch came out, I think games were just either below 10 minutes or 20 plus minutes long. There is no in between so far.
In the previous Asian game, actually the average game time was 12 minutes.
12 minutes, yeah. It always seems
that's
like
so short.
when we have tanks in the jungle, it's all about mid-prio as well because you want to steal those camps, invade early. It comes down to, I think, a meta we've seen a lot of different times, season 16 mainly, right? You win the early game, you stomp through, build a 10,000 goal lead, and then that's it.
Yeah. So honestly, for this one, we also heard from some of the coaches that they will just be going for those comfort picks. Now, when we hear comfort picks, it means non-meta, which also comes to the question for them, what is going to be non-meta? Like, the non-meta-ish hero that we've seen just a little bit during the Asian Games was Hanzo with very mixed success.
Yeah.
Like, you can see the idea, but it doesn't really work that well in practice.
Yeah, when you have a coordinated team to deal with it, especially a team with mid-prio, it's very difficult to get that little cheese on the Hanzo early on.
I agree. It feels like some of the more unconventional picks were also just trials. I recall seeing one Bamon game even back in the Asian game qualifiers, and it's understandable why. It also had a recent adjustment, but even then, there were struggles here and there, so you're not really sure just yet.
Yeah, but for now, we got to look at the format explainer video just to see how this wildcard will be running.
Hey.
This MSC wildcard at EWC 2026 marks several firsts. It is the first Tier 1 MLBB international tournament to be hosted on European soil and the first to introduce a one-of-a-kind format. Yet one objective remains: 10 teams will battle through 3 stages for the final spot in the main stage. Teams are first randomly drawn into 2 groups of 5 and compete in a single round-robin format, with all matches played in a best-of-1 series. Every win is crucial, as the first-place team from each group advances directly to the final day of wildcard, while the last-place team is immediately eliminated. Next comes a cross-group breakout stage, where the third-place teams swap groups and face the fourth-place teams from their respective groups. The winners of those best-of-3 matches then face the second-place teams for a place in the final day of wildcard. The winners of the cross-group breakout stage will face the first-place teams from the opposite groups in a single elimination best-of-3 bracket. The team that wins both of their matches will earn the opportunity to prove themselves on the main stage of MSC. Which team will surprise us? Which team will taste the agony of falling short? And which team will rise above? 2 champions, 1 game.
So there's a lot of teams in the wild card, but only one team makes it to the main stage. Only one team will get that golden key, right? Because here's the thing, here in EWC, the trophy system, there's actually 4, but we got to talk about that key first. You got to get that key to qualify, but that is precious because if you lose, we're going to see some key crushings. And for the grand champion of them all, they can choose up to 3 of the crushed keys to have on their trophies. It's just EWC here. No one else has done it.
All right, it's one of the best, I think, little tidbits here for EWC. You get to see that crushing, get to see the smiles of these players who've gone through the relentless stage, the cruel stage, and hey, it's a completely new challenge here in the wild card. Going through that entire gauntlet, the group stage placements, especially with best of ones, it's gonna be brutal.
I agree. It's only 4 days here in the wild card, but you're going through 3 different stages. So you have the best of 1 round robins, you have the switch ups in the breakout stage, and you have the finals. So like
the CGBS
will be
breakout
the
stage.
Yes, that's the term for it.
What it is.
And of course, for the final day, we're gonna have 3 best of 3s, but also for the teams, we got to talk about the club championship as well because they got a big prize pool, and that is the reason why a lot of teams are investing so much in a lot of different games. But with that being said, we got to talk about the wild cards for now. We got to talk about the attending teams. There's about 9 teams here, and again, it's just 1 slot. That's brutal, man, because in themselves, we got 2 slots. This time it's just 1.
Yeah, in the past, we've always had 2 slots. So to see now that the wild cards will only have 1 slot, it's really going to get relentless here.
Yep, so now in Group A, we have FT Esports, King of Gamers, or KOG, Alpha 7, the Mongols, as well as Victory Song Gamers, VSG. For Group B, we got Nightmare Esports, Sunset Ravens, the Hung Esports, as well as Team Falcons Mena. So yes, we have 1 more team in Group A, but again, for today and tomorrow, it's going to be just best of 1s.
Yep.
Later on, when we go to the CGBS, then we switch it up.
I know some of you may consider that Group A is the group of death, quote unquote, and it's understandable why. So many teams that you're seeing right here have made really remarkable runs in their respective regions. Whereas in terms of Group B, I think this is a group we're all looking forward to just because we're seeing a lot of newer names and emerging regions.
Yeah, I think the Group B is, it's safe to call them the group of life if the group is group of death, right? It really just seems like for Group B, they can really experiment a lot of times here. They gotta run through the gauntlet anyways, but they can find some little wins here and there when it comes to comfort picks and cheese picks. Again, wild card, that's the stage to do it.
Yeah, very revitalizing. We'll be looking at the brackets here just to see, we're going to be looking at a prize pool just to see what everyone is fighting for. This is the total prize pool, 260K. 1 mil for first place. I believe this one is for MLB just in general, but yeah. A lot has to be talked about for today. I think it's gonna establish-ish an EWC meta just to see like what everyone is feeling, because something that we do have to say, most of the wildcard teams, they got here because of their assassin junglers. Do they stick with that, or they're like, okay, you know what, it's not good enough? We're gonna be looking at the schedule just to roughly see who might still go with the assassin junglers, who might go for the tanks. Again, 8 best of 1, so we're gonna be checking out the schedule very soon. I don't know. I feel like sometimes assassin jungles might work, but that's the key word, sometimes.
Okay.
I think the one time we'll see those assassin junglers might be in our first match, man.
Yeah.
Foot Esports, the Mongols, both have really gotten a lot of wins through those assassin jungles for Kazue and Zixora, respectively.
Yeah, for the next 3, or maybe especially for the 4th, because we're seeing Team Falcons Mena, I think that's where I'm really expecting the utilities to come in. All those tanky frontliners who've just recently got buffed to just really show up, because I think that's been Team Falcons and their specialty ever since. And also, whether or not they could actually shake off a lot of the impressions that they've left previously in their recent international appearances.
Yep. And again, we have 8 best of ones. We're going to continue on forward. Mongols, VSG, Hung Esports going up against Team Falcon Meta, Mongols, KOG, and then ending off with Foot Esports going up against VSG. That one we're going to be having Gideon as well as Naisu on the desk just to help us out. But yeah, I agree with Mirko. Maybe the first one we'll be seeing those assassins. So far, I've seen teams try out different things. Ling has not worked.
No.
That cannot. Like with Akai running around with Frederick running around, that's not possible. I believe I've seen one rare saber. No, that was not Asian. That was a different one. That's
Pil Indo right there, Albert.
Yeah. No, even in Malaysia.
Yeah.
Hazel, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Shout out to my boy Hazel.
I think I actually see a bit more Yi Sun Shin.
Ooh.
Which I can see the reason why, right? Like, as long as you scale long enough, you delay the game long enough, double marksman, it still works out well, especially because Harry and Claude are just so strong. Especially the Claude, mostly because it's hard to catch the guy.
Yeah, if you have a solid front line already, good mid prio, I think the Yi Sun Shin, those carries in the jungle can still make an appearance here, especially considering, again, it's really no in between. It's either you steamroll the game or you play super late, wait for your carries to scale. So if you have a Yi Sun Shin, Yves, Claude with 2 really tanky boys in XP and Rome, that's the way to do it.
Oh, speaking of, maybe just some Lilia as well, because there's so many front lines that Lilia just destroys them.
Valir.
Valir, yeah.
Which I also think plays a huge role, because if steamrolling and just getting that early snowball matters so much, then it'll be really difficult if you get to the point where you need to just fight for the objectives overall, because the junglers that we're seeing right now have just so many ways to guarantee these wins in terms of the objective takes. So objective fights have been a lot more tricky this time.
So right now, let's actually focus on the teams that will actually be starting the wildcards here. Let's talk about Mongols, because for both Mongols as well as FUT Esports, they're kind of the wildcard specialists. In the previous M series, they made it through to the wildcard, both these teams. But again, this time it's just one team. So let's talk about the Mongols, right? Some of the players are there. Zexora, the Coach Summer, and K. Yeah.
I don't know. It's always really weird to see, these shakeups in lineups, both Boostgate and Zone, the 2 winners from M7 wildcards. Now they're swapping things up, and the Mongols, I still think they're still kind of a slower team. They need a lot of time to build up. They got the download time as usual, just kind of a signature for Mongolian teams. And for Foot, they like starting it quick all the way from the start. It's all about tempo. It's all about that aggression. And they were able to get 6 games in the grand finals up against the clear favorites in MTC, Aurora.
Yeah, and the last time they met, and that was then Boostgate, they actually won against them. So I think there will be some revenge that they would definitely want to get. Or they're no longer Boostgate, but you see their cores.
Some of the players there,
part of this current lineup of FUT Esports. And I think that's really what matters a lot, because FUT, by the moment that they came into MLBB, that was such a wise decision to make. Just picking up the cores of Boostgate, who had a really impressive run in their last appearance.
But again, I kind of feel like we just got to talk about the Mongols just a little bit more. We will be looking more forward towards Zexora. But yes, now we're looking at FUT. We're thinking that they will be the ones starting off stronger here, at least in the early and mid.
Yeah, I rated them as the second top team here, as the second best team in the wildcards. And looking at them, talking to them a couple of times as well, Kazue, Foot Esports in general, all of them are just so confident. They walked up to me, Kazue with his phone. He's like, yo, Mirko, do you think I'm going to make it through wildcard? And I'm like, dude, you were number 2 in my list. Number 1's gone, so I think you will, man. Yeah, so, again, this is a very experienced lineup. They went 6 games against Aurora Gaming, who've been fantastic even in M7.
Yeah. And I wonder how much of an impact will their change in terms of the mid-duo make? Because I know for a fact that these 2 players, especially in the current metagame, would really matter so much. And that's what they decided to really switch up before heading into wildcard.
Yeah, so honestly, looking at this lineup between Mongols as well as FUT, we're going to be more so looking at the draft. Then we can really have a clear picture just to say who's good and who's bad. Like, personally for me, people have been prioritizing the Boxia, Fredrin, as well as the Akai. Honestly, I'm more annoyed with the Akai just because of the steal potential of the early game. Like, sure, Fredrin is fun, a lot of chain CC just by himself. He doesn't need no help, and Baxia giving that early life bane just to make it so that sometimes you can see Zushin rushing that Sky Piercer, not even going for the glowing wand. So each jungler, I believe, for this meta really has a mid pairing, right?
Yeah.
I feel like Baxia Zushin is so strong.
Baxia Kimi even.
Baxia Kimi. Fredrin, honestly, like, who doesn't like Fredrin?
Yeah,
your opponents.
That's
just
true.
them.
He's a good all-rounder, man. So everybody has their own strengths, and I agree. Objectives really are very, very important in this current meta, but it then comes down to the players and their play styles.
Yeah.
If they're more of a brawly team, if they love going in, playing those brawls, long brawls, they can't really utilize those Akais.
Yeah.
They have to go for more of those Bakshas, more of those tempo picks.
I feel like Akai is an amazing pick if you have an amazing gold leaner.
And if you're disciplined enough to make those abilities work, because you're very reliant on a cycle.
I agree. It's like more on what you're used to playing around with too or against, because I think for me, I'm so used to seeing these boxes in terms of play styles.
Yeah.
But the Akai just destroys all of that.
Yep.
It's a circle.
It's a spinning circle.
Yeah.
So it doesn't like allow you to set up that box.
It's a Beyblade, yeah. So
Let it rip.
definitely, I gotta say, it's going back to maybe 2023 era of MLBB, where just like 3 front lines and try to see who has more crowd control to punish those front lines, and then hoping for your mid and your goal laner to just not mess up. And that's why we see picks like the Gord and etc. Even against divers from the EXP, most of the time they do survive.
That's the thing, and that's why I think the highest skills,
Skill expression.
the highest skill ceiling you need in a team now is in that XP.
I agree.
If you have
I agree.
a great XP,
Yeah.
person on my right knows a great XP.
Yeah. I wonder who. But yeah, I feel like let's list down those great EXP heroes that can dominate this meta.
Paquito.
Vendetta.
Yuzong,
All those heroes
Lapu.
belong to someone that we know.
Alice is not damage E, but still very, very strong, right? As long as you can dive to the back line. But we see in the current meta, there's still a lot of Terizlas, a lot of Fovias. But again,
Blues even.
But here's
sometimes.
the thing. I feel like if you pick up a tank EXP, it's super unsafe with the Yuzong roaming around.
Yeah. So gone are the days where we'll be considering a Uranus in the EXP.
Like, at least not first pick. Like, if you know who you're going up against, then okay, sure.
Yeah, if there's no Shred, if there's no Baksha early on, then maybe we can still see some of those, tanky boys that just can prolong those fights, especially considering it's all about cycles, right? If you have an Akai. So if you have someone like a Uranus who can just bait out those cycles and then come back, you can still control neutral objectives really well. And if you're playing tempo, if you're talking about that Selena pick that we saw in Asian games as well, then Uranus is a great pick to just get tempo early.
Especially because if I remember correctly, during the Asia Games, when we do see a Uranus, it was a red 4 pick. By that time, there was not...
Never first phase.
There was no carry, I believe, in that game. I believe it was a Harif. And basically, no one could kill the Uranus. Even 5-man gank the Uranus, he'll get away. And his team just get 2 turrets for free.
Okay, now that makes me a bit more confused, because it's like nowadays we did talk about this off stream. It's more on the Claudes and the Harrods, and maybe the Moskovs next. But the carry,
The carry fits in if you can play that box.
in the Asian games, Teddy amazing on that carry. Basically, just carried the entire team. Like even during the cast, I feel like Nepo Miseno needs to step up. Vinu needs to step up because Teddy's amazing.
I agree.
Yeah,
Guy's overrated, I prefer Carl and Sanford over those two you mentioned.
Yeah. 40 is amazing, man.
I don't know, man. King Bob or Alabu is better.
You know what?
Yeah.
You're right. King Bob. He has King in his name. And Bob.
I need to use the cuff button.
You don't need to mention the coffee,
You
you
just
just do it. Yeah.
So, Briggs, what is your take on the EXP?
You know a lot about XP.
You know a lot about EXP.
No, I agree. I feel like it's one of the most.
We're starting. We have the Harara.
What?
Whoa, okay.
Zexora, brother.
Let's talk about the draft here. Mongols first pick, FUT second pick. The map is gonna be dangerous grass. The Fovias, Kalia, and Valentina banned by Mongols. Freya, Matilda, as well as Boxia banned by FUT. Now go on.
I love the fact that we were, teasing the fact that Mongols, they're the calculated boys. They don't want to go early on. They want to download their opponents. And Foot, on the other hand, they're aggressive.
Yep.
They're not too calculated. They want to go and, just shine on their mechanics, but it's the complete opposite if we see it in the drafts, right? It's Mongols with all the individual flair, even a Hirara in the first phase.
Yeah.
And Foot, this is what we expect the Mongols to go for. Objective heavy comp.
Yeah, just like imagine how the interaction could potentially go. Like, I know
Novaria.
the Hirara is just so flexible. He has the capability to keep herself immune, but that's already an Atlas and an Akai.
Wait.
Wow.
Is this for you? Why did they ban the Novaria? There's already an Atlas. There's already a Zushin. I don't know if there's a misban or anything because you already have the mid and the roam. So where else would the Novaria go? Unless FUT just has some crazy strat, like, I don't know, Novaria Gold?
Wait, that's true, yeah.
I mean, Tezet is known to have his, very
out of the box.
interesting picks.
Yeah, okay.
If you know, you know. This is the guy who brought up like a Kufra jungle back in the day as well for High when he was coaching Aura Season 8, Season 9. So you can expect a lot more crazy picks here from Foot.
Well, Claude has been banned out. Bricks, the last ban here coming in from Mongols.
Isn't it crazy to see that the Claude is banned all the way and the Marcel as well towards the end? When we were talking about it backstage, we were talking about Marcel Claude being first phase picks.
I mean, like, look at Mongols pick. Paquito,
The Prio
the
has
Gord,
been-
Hirara is
Yeah.
the new one, but I still think the opener is pretty good for both teams. FUT a little bit less for me.
I know we talked about like cheese strats and best of ones, but I never expected it to be this kind of.
Maybe it's not a cheese. Maybe this is their perfect strat, because let's put this into context, right? Both of these teams are the favorites because they've done it before, right? They faced each other before, and now they're batting out the Obsidia. The Hive is still open, but maybe that's not a concern for them.
I guess not. The Moscow's a
Moskov.
great pick. They need someone to just deal a lot of damage, but also not be reliant on just a cycle of skills. The Harrow's a pretty good choice, but I think I like this a little bit better, Just constant DPS coming through. And then the XP later, I think is going to be a damage one. We've seen that matchup.
It has to be.
The Arlet fits.
Yeah, 100%.
I can't see if they really want to set up a box still with this kind of draft. Because they have very high mobility heroes, maybe apart from the Gord.
Oh, wow. Even the Grok comes in here.
What?
Wait, was it a Grok? I mean, the Grok... I guess the
So
Grok
it's-
just showed himself.
If they want to go fast, Mongols, I do want to see if they have a very early roamer, like maybe even a Cho, so that you can evade. But again, going up against an Akai Zushin, kind of
Also,
not
it's
the
a
best
Grok
of idea.
Ranger.
Grok Ranger.
Huh.
A skill-based marksman hasn't been working that well unless you're a Harv. So very interesting to see how this Ranger is gonna play out.
Yeah, it really just seems like Mongols have taken Foot Esports' aggression, right? Because it's all about snowballing in the early game here.
I would
for
like
them.
to use on, but I don't know if that's in their repertoire.
So this is assuming the jungle and roam already, right? So it is the EXP that we're looking for,
Yep.
despite the Novaria ban.
Maybe even Benedetta wouldn't be bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of damage EXP should work here. Like, you have a Zushin, Akai, and an Atlas. You kind of don't need any more defense.
Yeah, it's not the best matchup against the Paquito unless your name is King Bob Vanuya, one of those guys. But
Don't fight the Paquito. What's so hard about that?
Exactly. I mean, a lot easier said than done.
Oh,
They go
Sora.
for just even more CC. They're just trying to overwhelm the Mongols with crowd control. Man, look at the amount of crowd control they got.
I mean, like,
Exactly.
personally, my thoughts, in the first phase of that turtle, as long as no aggression happens in the first 2 minutes, I feel like FUT has got it, especially if the sword just dives in with the lightning form. They should have enough damage and heal to secure that turtle. But with that being said, we're going to be throwing it over for Mirko and Brigida to cast this game, Mongols against FUT. You guys got this.
Thank you so much, Lafel. We are now officially heading into the first best of one that we're having here in the wild cards of MSC 2026. A lot of surprises, especially as we came into the draft, approaching the second half already. Surprised to see the Hiraras, even the bans heading into the second phase were a lot of surprise for us, but man, how are we feeling about this? It's a lot of crowd control on the other side, and a team fight that could get just really messy on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm looking on paper, I definitely got to side with Foot on the drafts, man. It just seems like this is the standard that what we've seen, the standard from what we've seen from our own leagues as well. But Mongols, again, They're coming into the best of one thinking comfort. We've seen a lot of that. We've heard a lot of that word recently in interviews as well.
I'm so curious if Zixora already considers the Hirara as comfort, though. Like, for you to be confident enough to pull it out in your first series. Oh, speaking of.
It looks pretty comfortable on it so far, but this is the problem without the Hirara early on. Once, well, where do you hold? You don't have cooldown. It's going to get really tough. XC brings out the flicker, tries to go in, but the Lantern Flare knocks Ox up. It's going to be Kazuma with the rotation as well. Ox, he's going to have to flicker out the safety. Psyche, no mana to take him down.
What do we say about Mongols wanting to be the more disciplined or careful team? That's like a very brawly start to this game number 1. Well, understandable. That's one of the more common rotations you're seeing, especially considering that they're still sticking with a quote-unquote assassin jungler. I think you'd consider the Hirara an assassin still. But then Foot, they were so aggressive to fight back. That was a flicker burned by Exi early on.
Yeah. They really wanted to get that kill early, man. They really wanted to stop the snowball from happening here for Zixora. Great start to the game for Foot, I'd say, man. Again, with the Hirara, you're just constantly going to have to take it in an early game. You're not going to have enough cooldowns to just spam your skills. But look at this rotation quickly into the bottom lane. They're playing that strong side, as we mentioned, Zixora. Zoning RX, Retri even going to go for the kill. RX has to flicker out early.
Survive that. But then it seems like Mongols had their eyes set on the bottom side of the map. Could this be the approach? They do not want to fight FUT Esports in terms of objectives, considering that that's an Akai, and he's already an entire level ahead of Zixora because of that rotation.
I love the approach, though, you know? It's kind of like Mongols know that Foot will have the lead early on when it comes to neutral objective battles, so they try to go for the strong side, gold lane. K helping him out. A lot of damage plays down with the perfect match. It'll force out a flicker from K, but I think that should be it.
Yeah. Mongols are quick to sense that there could be something happening right after that objective take. Look at Kazue. He's just showing himself. Still, the level gap exists. And there are going to be in the slight advantage against Foot, but K, no flicker left for K.
Yeah, the problem with the strong side gold lane is if you leave him, yeah, the hard CC and tanky boys are just going to get him out. No flicker, as you mentioned, Brigida. It was just such an easy kill, and they didn't even need to use any ults aside from the SOD.
Yeah, we haven't seen Bloodspit really use that Fatal Links just yet. Not even the heavy spin, because there was no contest whatsoever to that objective that we saw. And now they take half of the energy shields down bot. RX is having a really good time. Ox doesn't have level 4 yet.
But look at Zixora. Again, something that we kind of know from him is that he is very sporadic. He knows how to think on the go, and he's already seen that rotation go straight up top, plays with the strong side that he has in XP to take the orange buff, and this means Kazue is going to be behind in XP despite getting Turtle 1.
Oh, that was quick for Mongols to catch up, and now it's Foot who's just mostly staying down bottom. They get to find Ox isolated here, though.
Lantern Flare. Oh, the perfect match. Even a body. Oh, wait a second. Kazue with the heavy spin. Straight up.
The Spear of Misery kind of helped him there, too.
Yeah, that was a bit of miscoordination.
So I feel like this time we'll see the EXP laners actually be part of this upcoming fight. Let's see how it goes, because Mongols this time might actually contest. But we're seeing Zixora just starting to make his way.
Zixora.
There is no heavy spin, though.
Oh, Psyche popping Crimson Beacon. Good shifting claws and a pickup as well on Mumu. That's what he lands. Great Mystic Gush with a knockup with the Tectonic Charge. Zixora gets a kill on XC. And it's RX trying to run away now, as that's going to be the cutoff as K rotates over. Mumu takes Bloodspet out, and it's a free neutral objective for the Mongols.
Okay, Foot probably did not want to be in that position. They just made things so much easier for Ox and Mikey. Mikey didn't have to put himself out there in danger to use that Mystic Gush, and that was a quick way to just use the Tech Charge. Now it's Mongols stealing away that small lead that Foot had earlier.
And Mongols are just using that aggression so well. They're forcing Foot to play those team fights. Foot, you got a composition to play neutral objectives. You can't be brawling early on, and a few of those abilities.
Yeah, I think it's Mongols who's capable of finding those kinds of pickoffs in the mid before the objective rather than Foot. Foot might want to just really fight the objectives head on, and especially considering that earlier they did not have the heavy spin. We mentioned it, but they still decided to go for the fight.
Those cycles are very important, especially for Foot, because if you don't have the shifting skies, oh god, wait, Makey. Good projectile, man. So much poke coming on. Psyche. Xora steals a camp away from Kazue. Panda's walking up, though. He's very tanky.
This is interesting because I feel like Mongols, their lineup doesn't really require you to just go full commit. They're fighting it with range because of the Granger and the Gourd. And the ability of both the Paquito and the Hirara to just go in and out is helping them so much and just baiting out stuff from Foot Esports. Okay, gotta be safe. But going back, Foot, I feel like this time, they're the ones struggling to find their footing. Like, when are they going to come into a fight? And when are Mongols actually going to fight back? Or when are they just baiting them out? Because they are capable of doing that.
I don't know. Right now, it just seems like Mongols have Foot's number. Again, they're going to use a Lantern Flare. Perfect match on Ox. If they can bait out the tech charge, that'll be big for them. And actually go for the heavy spin. The tech charge comes around. And a flicker out. Psyche! Crimson Beacon, the SOD lands. It's Psyche with a kill. Mumu into the mid.
Okay. Oh, now that's a Fatal Link setup!
Great call into the shifting skies. Now Mumu picked up as well. Xora in the midst of it all trying to go damage some of those members, but Xe zones them away, and this is a Foot win. They go to the turtle, the last one of the game.
It's interesting though, because it still feels like they used up so much just to get those small wins, when in fact I felt like it would have been easier for them considering the amount of crowd control and how low effort this draft overall could have been for them. But at least they've got that advantage just now and are able to convert it into a structure up top.
It's all good zone.
But I can't believe it's been 7 minutes before we actually see that happen, because they're with the Moskov all this time.
Yeah. I don't know about going all in on Kazue. They just going for a bit of poke. Xora with a rotation in mid. Psyche taking up a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's like the fullest potential you could see from Xora. Just yeah,
Wait,
but
what?
he's trapped.
Yeah, Xora way too far. Gets caught in the Fatal Links. Thrown back to the rest of Foot.
I think that's the second time we saw a favorable team fight just because of a mistake.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Hirara though, right? Like once you have enough cooldown, you just think you're untargetable. You can just make those risky plays happen and it just bites you back.
These team fights need to be a bit more calculated, I'd say, for both sides. Oh, that's going to be a setup on Ox.
Yeah, baits out the tectonic charge. There's no Fatal Links, but they're going to get the pickup. Ox, no flicker. This should just be a free kill as Kazue knocks him up and picks up the kill.
That's happened twice now. It's been successful. We do see some, I'd say, quote-unquote, questionable targetings and priorities in terms of the recent team fights. But because of that, the back and forth has been on for so long. Like, we barely see a significant lead in this fight.
Yeah, and it's still so surprising, despite, you know, the last two team fights going in favor of Foot, that Mongols are actually still ahead in gold. They've been farming really, really well, and it's been because they have had better control over the side lanes, which is weird to hear, but there you go. Mumu with the knockout strike. RX gonna cut him off with the help of Blotsfet. He's already used a perfect match. Lord is spawning in the bottom lane. Mumu. Yeah, he's just gonna get chain CC. The Spear of Misery pins him down. He tries to get out with a flicker, but the Lantern Flare is on him. It's a Sky Piercer as he goes for the Crimson Beacon. Makey caught in the bad spot. SOD lands in the back. RX gets the Spear of Misery, pins him down, goes under turret, and it's all fed to the Sky Piercer. A maniac for Psyche. Could we see it a Savage on day one, match one? Ox, can you escape? The Lantern Flare is on him. Psyche gets the Savage on day one of the wild card.
Day one and game one at that. We're seeing a Savage in as early as that. And can I just say, the ones who were the more aggressive in that team fight and the ones who put themselves up front were not Blotsfet nor Kazue. It was just really RX and Psyche. They knew that they were that much ahead. They knew that they were in that kind of advantage just with Mumu out of the picture. And now it's an immediate objective for FUT. It's interesting though. Okay, let's see that instant replay. Psyche, my god.
I don't know, it was kind of also Mongols though. They did not need to back Mumu up all the way there. No one saw that. Don't point it out. No. Why you step back? No, man. No one saw that tech charge, all right? I can't even make Pikachu jokes anymore.
This is why we are saying that there needs to be a bit more calculation from their part. it demands so much more just because of the kind of draft that they decided to go with. Now, Foot, this is where we expected them to be. This is exactly how they play this out. The amount of crowd control, actually in that recent team fight, they didn't even have to use much of it just because they were just going all in terms of the damage. I feel like that's another thing. You feel a lot more of the damage coming from this tanky lineup of Foot rather than of Mongols at this point. So they're really making sure that they're using it to their advantage. And at least for now, Mongols are defending and weirdly enough, still in the lead.
Yeah. I think it's not that accurate. Blotsvet, though, goes in with perfect match. They're trying to go for the zone. Psyche, an absolute monster, brings Moo back. And it's a flicker, burn down. Ox.
Again.
Goes for the tech char. Oh no! You hate to see fatal wings from Blotsvet! Gets him down, K! Oh no! Psyche gets another double! A disaster for the Mongols as they're gonna have to take 3 of their members out and about as just Zixora and Makey left to defend.
This should be full stack Sky Piercer for Psyche, right?
Oh yeah.
So that just explains why you could barely get out alive once you're in that kind of position if you're the Mongols. This is very tough and risky if you're the Mongols. With very little crowd control and just mostly Ox, and by the way, it's always been Ox that they've been targeting first, I could barely see an opportunity for the Mongols to turn this around with a team fight win.
Yeah, it's a composition that really relies on them winning out early game, you know, snowballing out control and then relying on their individual flair. Now, I'm not saying it can't happen, but we've seen 2 Brock ultimates go.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They
out
always...
of Paris. Right? It's landed on.
I thought you didn't see that.
I didn't see the first one.
Okay.
But then the replay showed me. LaFell saw all of it.
Yeah, I really want to know how LaFell feels about everything right now because it's just day 1, game 1. But well,
he has a thumbs up.
Is it a thumbs up?
Yeah, if you've watched Project Hail Mary, that's a good thing, right? Like, yeah.
We get to talk to him later, but for now we gotta really talk to the Mongols and Foot, maybe especially the Mongols and how they're really dealing with everything right now. Let's take a quick look at the items. Okay.
It's not.
It's not.
Let's just talk about the game. The Lord spawning.
Okay.
And that's not the new Lord, you know? The new Lord, like, it kind of gets players to go for the Lord.
Diva.
Yeah. It's like, now as a player, I want to go for Lord. 13-3, now we see the actual goal lead. It is, I don't know if this is comebackable. We've had that term, geekable. Do you think it's geekable?
Well, I, at this point, could not see it coming for now. Like, even Ox, they've just been very aggressive. Psyche, this is where you really want to see your Juicin come to play. He's the one in charge of all the zoning right now. It's like Blotsfest will just go in for a late entry and surprise everyone. Ooh. And that's the last thing you'd want to see if you're the Mongols.
Yeah.
Oh my god, all of their flickers are still intact. You could already imagine what kind of game-ending plays they could attempt to go for with this Lord Seed.
Let's give it to the Mongols a bit. They do have clear. I don't want to say if it's good or bad. They got clear with the gourd.
They have gourd.
But then I look at the Granger and it's like, yeah, you're not that good at clearing. The Hirara is like, she's bad in, oh god, no damage to Exy as well.
I'm looking for the damage too, but...
Maybe you just look at different things when you look at the Hirara, you know. Exy trying to walk off. They're going to go for the mid lane siege here. Oh, RX is piercing through that turret onto Ox and K. And the base turret down below has already fallen.
Okay. Blotsfest looks like he wants to do something. But let's see. They still have to clear out the waves. Yeah, he's already below half HP.
Oh, Fatal Links on the back. Both of the frontliners, and they get caught with the heavy spin. That's the pin down immobilization already. Zixora gets away, but Psyche's just tearing them apart. Zixora's trying to gap close now. He goes immobilized. Oh, but Psyche is unkillable. Picks the Hirara up. Zixora's walking up again, trying to go for the clear again. Untargetable for a bit. But it's still Psyche just zoning all of them, and they've lost no members.
Okay, they're still dealing with it. Sora and K still left to defend. Still have an entire wave to deal with, but Sora is down. K back in the fountain, but what can he do? It's just gonna be a game number 1, or the only game in this best of 1. Going over to Foot Esports.
It's over for game 1. Foot Esports getting the revenge that they've desperately been waiting for since that M7 wildcard where they lost to a Mongolian team. Team Zone. K, Zixora, They showed them how it's done, but today it seems like it's a foot day.
Why introduce me in? Oh, I'm in.
Hey!
So first of all, let's just say congratulations to FUT for winning that one. But my TLDR, my summary of this game, the reason why Mongols win and lose is because of their mechanics. Because the only time that they won in the team fight was that incredible tech charge into the Mystic Gush.
Yeah.
But then after that, any kind of team fight, we've seen mistakes coming in from Zixora. We've seen mistakes coming in from, of course, the Grok from out. So I really feel like this might be one of those situations where you probably just need to warm up just a little bit, because there was a lot of unnecessary situations where I believe Mongols had the kit to outplay that, but that just didn't happen. But when we're talking about a draft, Ranger is not really one of those geekable heroes, because it's a hero that heavily relies on the Sky Piercer stacks.
What if you get 40 Sky Piercer stacks in the last team fight?
That's good enough.
Yeah.
That's good enough. But compared to basic attack heroes that just needs that Trinity, they're more reliable. So I would say in this game, it's all about execution from the Mongols. And the good thing that I can say is that you're not eliminated right now, right? You, as long as you make it to top 4, that's still fine. So, hey, maybe a warm-up after this, they might look better.
Yeah, because there was a clear game plan from them anyway. Like, you saw their first rotation, them just deliberately letting go of the objective and wanting to focus their resources onto one lane. But after that rotation, I feel like we no longer got to see the idea anymore, because we got to see like the team fights that
Feels
were
a bit
accidental.
autopilot-y, honestly.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel planned.
It really didn't, man, because at the Granger with the Gord as well, you get two very vulnerable backliners, but then there's no tank up forward, right? It's just Ox on the Grok. He's mainly an initiation tool, and then the Paquito is kind of there to deal damage, because if you look at the build, it was a Hunter Strike C Halberd.
Yep.
Usually, if you want to go for a bit of a tankier build, you go for maybe Fury Hammer straight into the Queen's Wings and then full tank, so that you can provide a bit more utility for your backliners, but okay.
Let's talk about the Savage as well, right?
Taiki.
Day one, game one at what, 9 minutes of the game, and we're starting to see something change here in terms of the items, because as a roamer, I haven't built Dominance Ice for a long time. If I build it, you know my team is bad. Let me just say that. Right? And even in that game, they didn't build Glowing One early item, because again, the sustain isn't from healing. It's just nothing really, right?
And
so they didn't have to cut anything in half.
Yeah. They got a lot of untargetables.
Right?
And like,
so the first item, you know, just get the Sky Piercer, then the Ice Queen's one, and then having the Blood Wings, just to make sure that you can stay there and deal the damage.
Yeah, I think that's very MVP worthy for Psyche too.
If you get a Savage and you didn't get an MVP, I'll be upset.
sometimes actually, there are times where the Savage guy is just, you know, shooting in the back and not doing too much.
But this one,
Psyche.
Look at the skill expression of holding down the second skill.
Dang.
And then moving it left a bit, right a bit as you move your joystick. Like, who can do that?
And when he got that, it wasn't really set up by
the Maestro. My go. Thanks for the mention.
It wasn't really set up by Blotzfest or Kazue or anyone. It was just him.
It was set up by Mongols.
Yes.
Am I wrong? Okay, let's look at this replay, right?
Oh,
this is one of the only times we see good skill expression coming in from the Mongols, and then the team fight looks good. The team fight looks clean. And we cannot say that FUT, they played amazingly, because they also made mistakes by expending the skills, and then even we're like, wait, what's going on? But the Mongols just didn't respond well enough to capitalize on those mistakes, and just being good. Like, even in this situation, Mumu, honestly, if he just stayed there, there's a high chance he could have just escaped.
Yeah.
He had the flicker. He could have flickered out and then just double jabbed all the way back to his team, but he didn't do that.
We didn't see that.
Oh, I saw that plenty times. I'll see it in my dreams tonight.
Okay. Will you see Psyche Savage?
As a roamer, that hurts.
Yes, it does. It's
I've done it plenty of times, but it still hurts.
Shh. Look.
Oi, I didn't see that the first time.
Oh, you actually didn't see that the first time. I didn't see the first one the first time.
She's not wearing her glasses.
I'm wearing contacts.
Not as good as glasses.
Sure. That works, but this, right? I mean, to go two flickers
and
in the back with no frontliner, it's kind of like, we're better than you. Yeah. That's literally what they thought, right? Like, you have to have that respect. You're up against a composition that is just full CC, dude. If you don't get caught by the Atlas, you're going to get caught by the Sora. If that doesn't happen, then the Panda's going to spin at you.
And this is the lineup. If you don't get like 3,000 gold lead by the first 2 minutes, you're kind of done. Because Gort, once he's finished his skills, then what? Ranger, once he finishes skills, then what? Hirara is pretty fast to finish her skill and no damage. And then what?
Yeah.
Right? It's just a composition where you kind of want to blow everything instantly and hope it's enough. And, you know, newsflash, usually isn't.
Because I think even the sides weren't able to accomplish much in that game. Like Mumu, not that he was held in lane by his counterpart, by Xe, but whenever he did try to go or catch up to the fights, it's a bit too late.
Yeah.
Or like Ox is already gone, and what can he do as the only other quote-unquote frontline when he actually went for damage build?
Yeah.
Well, so far we've seen Hirara in the game hasn't been performing so well so far. We got 7 more best of ones for today. So who knows? Maybe someone else wants to give it a shot. Maybe.
Please don't.
I don't know. It's
Whenever you play Hirara, it just feels like it's a tickling contest, you know? Yeah, because you're not doing any damage to any of the tanks. The tanks are just getting... Stop it, bro.
Yeah.
It's just a little annoying.
You're kind of hoping that your goal laner is like, I don't know, Kelra?
Eman, bro.
Eman.
My goat.
Yeah.
So even if you try to go for... No, did we actually see him reach the squishy targets? I can't recall.
Here's the thing. We might know a little bit more if we talk to Foot themselves, but we're not going to be talking to them. Eterna is standby there. So let's see what Eterna has to say with FUT Esports.
Ask about Hirara, please.
Eterna here. Thank you so much, casters. And of course, I'm here with Kazue for the Kadia City interview. So once again, congratulations for this first best of one. How did it feel to find this victory here in the city of Paris?
Güzel bir turnuva. İlk maç oynadığımız için gayet mutlu hissediyorum açıkçası. Güzel bir maçtı. Hatalarımız var. Daha iyi olacak. Burada olduğum için çok mutluyum. Bu kadar.
It was good to play the first match, and we also win the first match. That's also make us very happy, and we love the city, and we want to go to the main stage.
Okay.
We did little mistakes, but we will fix them in the next matches.
And we're excited to see your next few matches. Now, your first opening match here, it looked like a little bit of a revenge story because technically they were the ones to knock you out at M7 stages. How does it feel to find this win against them?
Mutlu hissediyorum çünkü gerçekten geliştiğimizi hissettim. Yeni rosterımızla beraber daha iyi olduğumuzu düşünüyorum. MLBB'den sonra kendimizi geliştirdik ve gerçekten bunun karşılığını görmek beni çok mutlu ediyor. Kendilerine çok saygı duyuyorum.
We respect them, but we changed our roster, and now I feel like we really improved ourselves from last tournament, and we are also happy about it. We also respect them too.
We're seeing that. A very decisive victory there in that first game. Now, we have a question from Mirko. I think you're familiar with him. He's asking, were you surprised with the Hirara pick coming through today?
Yani evet, o piki beklemiyorum açıkçası. Şu an çünkü metada tanky jungle seçiliyor. Ve Hirara'nın turnuvalarda çok iş yapacağını düşünmüyorum. Çünkü bence güçlü ama ranked da güçlü. Turnuvalarda iş yapacağını düşünmüyorum şu an için. Çünkü meta biraz değişti ve Hirara çok slow dönüyor bence. Yavaş dönüyor ormanlara.
Actually, I was not expecting the pick. I think this hero is a ranked hero, not a competitive matches, and I don't think any other player will play this character next of the tournament.
Okay. So the first time we've seen the Hirara and it doesn't look like it's doing too great. Maybe stick to ranked games, right? All right, Kazue, final question. You are going to be up against VSG next. Do you have a message perhaps for that team?
Biz onlarla aynı bölgede olduğumuz için onlarla çok fazla scrim atıyoruz. Bizim scrim partnerimiz. Onları seviyorum, saygı duyuyorum. Güzel rakip. İnşallah biz kazanırız.
Because we are of the same region, we did a lot of scrims against them, and we love them, we respect them, we wish them luck, but I hope we will win today.
Okay, we'll see if you guys are going to make the win. But once again, congratulations for your first victory. We'll see you later on. And we're going to throw it over back to our casters to maybe break down some of what Kazue said earlier. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Eterna, as well as Kazue. So, yeah, Hirara, let's just keep it in rank. It's not competitive just yet. And, you know, I think he said this is a tanky meta. Don't know why he picked that up. I understood what he was saying, don't you?
Yes, because of the translation.
Look at Mirko. He's cringing slightly.
Wait, let's wait for him to show on cam. There.
There you go.
There.
There
How do you
go.
explain that face? Like,
Yeah, it's kind of like. I agree
I
with
told
him.
you so.
No, I mean, I disagree with him. You know, it's something that you would expect in ranked games.
Yeah.
It's something you'd expect in some of the streamers' games. But like you saw how much it did against the Akai. It was kind of just dancing there.
yeah, there was probably some bit of attempt to cheese.
No, I think I have the same mindset as the Mongols. You know what my mindset always is?
What?
What's the worst that could happen? Get savaged on. You know, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad.
pretty bad for your first match.
But,
I mean,
but, you know, like, hey, what's the worst that can happen? What's the worst that can happen? By the way, guys, this is the first best of one for today. We got 7 more matches after this. We're going to go for a short break, but when we return, we got a lot more games. So we'll see whether we see Harara again or not. But for now, we're going over to a break. See you guys later.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup 2026 here in Paris. We are here at the wildcards, where we just finished watching Mongols going up against FUT Esports, where FUT won that best of one, and they even secured a Savage. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Mirko as well as Brigida, where we will be talking about the newcomers coming in from East Asia. They might be the new wave. We're talking about Sunset Ravens going up against the Huns.
I'm at Sunset Ravens, y'all. I flew in to Paris with them, with Coach Raizan. Raizan, Indonesian coach, was the coach at Dewa United, so I know him.
Spent some small time in Malaysia with KGE.
There you go. A little bit of time in China with Rare Adam.
There you go.
And now to Japan he goes with Sunset Ravens and Mui Manet. So honestly, Sunset Ravens, it's a Cinderella story. If you really look at it, right? They were able to beat, well, Mui Manet was able to beat his ex-teammates in Junichi and 10 all the way in the Japanese qualifiers. So I'm really excited to see what they have been cooking up, because they actually boot camped in Indonesia.
Yeah, they were the more familiar names when it comes to the Japanese teams before. And I think there was also one player from 10S Gaming Frost who they were also able to defeat. So they're definitely making a statement for themselves. We're just really looking forward to see how it's going to fare now that they're in the wild card and going up against the other regions. But for the Huns, I think they've made enough introductions about themselves. We're very familiar with a lot of their players as well. These are like the rest of the Team Zone guys who we also witnessed in series number 1 from the Mongols. It's just that now they're split up and they're with a new lineup.
If we're going to compare between the Huns as well as the Mongols, you would say that the Huns are more, I would say, micro heavy. They really want to show their strength very, very early on. The thing is, we expect the Mongols to play a bit slower, but then their draft didn't really say that.
Yeah.
And then they didn't fare well. So, I don't know. Huns is going to be playing slower instead. I don't know. The thing is, will we see more assassins in the jungle? Because Hirara already doesn't look great. So, it's going to be very interesting to see what Huns is, well, the team Huns is going to go for.
Yeah. Let's take a look at Mui Manet and the boys first. Sunset Ravens coming in as, I guess, well, for everybody except for Mui Manet and Ryzen, no international experience. They're coming in here trying to prove to the world that Japanese MLBB.
Yeah. And that's why Mui Manet is the captain.
Yeah.
He will be leading the charge.
Let's talk about the history of Japan as well, right?
The entire history of Japan?
Yeah, because, okay, fast forward.
Okay, fast forward.
Fast forward to M1, right?
Oh, okay.
Fast forward to M1 with Tenseka Gaming. They revolutionized that period of MLBB, bringing up the Rafaela, bringing up the Xborg jungle, right? And then 10-second gaming Frost, and they're very lovely people, you know, like very easy to talk to and very humble as well. So we always love seeing Japan come here because they might bring something new, and it's something that we didn't think of, and they were like, huh, that does work.
And we miss seeing Japan in the international stage. I remember.
Konnichiwa minasan.
Yeah, we did a trailer, right? Do you remember that trailer? Of like when Japan finally returned.
Oh.
And we went to the jungle. And then we were just like celebrating.
So that one was the one with the leeches.
Yep, that's the one.
Shout outs Renmar.
Shout outs
Renmar.
And Gideon Q. Gideon Q. Oh God, nice.
You know what? I love jungle. Love the jungle.
Not as much, but yes.
Okay, you know what? It's in my top 200.
It's in my top 3, but like I've only done like 3 shoots, so.
There you go.
You know what
there
I
you
mean?
go. So now let's talk about the game again. Okay, so far it looks like as long as you keep to the standard of the current meta of tank jungles, right? Having a basic attack marksman, or unless your name is Harif, and then in terms of the EXP, if possible, get a diver.
Yeah.
Some drafts require you to be a frontline, but hey, that seems to be the the template.
Yeah, I think that fits the bill entirely for Sunset Ravens. But if we talk about the Huns Esports, I think they got to rely a little bit more on their XP and their mid lane, just because they're the only dudes here with international experience, and they're pretty darn good. The last time we saw them, Bankai on the XP, on those carries as well at M7 in the wildcard, did a fantastic job. Kenny in the mid lane with those Kimmies. So I'm really expecting more of that utility jungle. Play for Kenny, play for neutral objectives with Bankai as well.
Yeah, because it seems like they're on a similar wavelength in the sense that there's just one guy who's really taking majority of the lead amidst the young bloods. Because I think you could really consider the newer members of the Huns to be young bloods. They're new names relatively in the scene of Mongolian MLBB. And it's Bankai who's just going to be the overall in-game commander as the EXP lane.
And again, maybe that's why we're gonna hopefully see, unless your name is Paquito, see the EXP being chosen just a little bit later. Because one of the reasons why EXP has really opened up, because there's more relevant counters to most of the EXP picks. So it's very punishable if you pick up your EXP way too early. Even if it doesn't get countered in lane, somehow in the neutral objective fights, you might get countered there. So if you really are the carry, sometimes you gotta take their time, because there's this one guy, Vinuya, he can first pick the hero.
I know that guy.
But that one is Paquito as well as Arlid, which is also one of those heroes that we really gotta look out for. His Arlid looks like a Lancelot, man.
Yeah.
But Vinuya is coming later on. We're gonna talk about wildcards.
Okay.
Bankai, can he be like Mr. King Bob?
I thought we were going to talk about it later.
Sorry, Vinuya. Man of many names.
CC Immune.
Man of many names.
Hey, now that I think about it,
Dol.
Paquito got his first, like, I did not expect to see the first Paquito loss in as early as game 1 of
That's
MSC.
true. That's true.
Because he's such a power pick. That's why he's first picked.
Yeah, and that's where I think it comes
Blame
down
the Hirara.
to the rest of the team. I was about to say as well. Yeah, the Hirara is a very, very good shout there. And I think we also got our answer from Mr. Kazue, who was pretty honest about it. He just said
Stick
it's a
to
ranked
rank.
game pick. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna see any more game time here competitively. But we'll see. We'll see again. Still meta. That's the name of the guy in the jungle that we'll be seeing as well for the Huns. And fun fact is that apparently his name comes from Ling is still meta. It implies that some picks are still
Here's
meta
the
like
thing.
Ling.
This is my short pet peeve.
All right.
Right? Some of the buffs and nerfs is not created equal.
I agree.
For everyone.
Yeah.
We're looking at Ling, and the thing that they buffed doesn't increase the clear speed in the jungle, which
Yup.
is one of the problems. Doesn't help its survivability in a team fight, which was one of Ling's problems as well. So they buff things that Ling don't need. And then you have Akai. They're like, we're going to keep it simple. We're just going to increase his HP. But the thing is, everything in his kit scales with HP, and then suddenly he becomes OP.
And the Claude. Don't forget the Claude.
The
It's
Claude-
like, you're a weak side goal laner, right?
Yeah.
So,
We're
do we
gonna-
take away the early game or the late game?
Yeah. No, here's the thing. They
took away
lowered
the early game.
They took away a bit of the Blazing Duet early game.
And then they made it. Yeah.
We're going to be throwing it over to Eterna, where she's going to be talking to Raven. So let's head on over to her.
Eterna.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here at the Kadia City interview, and I'm here with Mexi. Welcome, Mexi.
Hello.
How are you feeling before your match?
Pretty exciting.
Pretty exciting. I mean, I heard this is your first time. Is there any nerves that's happening right now?
Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous right now, but I think more like, exciting to be here on the stage. Yeah.
Okay, so he's excited to be here on the stage today. So I want to know about your in-game name, Mexi. Where did that come from?
So I used to live in Mexico for 3 years, and when I came back to Japan, everyone started saying, "Oh, where did you come from?" I was like, I lived in Mexico for 3 years. So everyone started to go Mexi, Mexican, Mexi. That's my origin of my name.
Okay, so it's because you were in Mexico for 3 years. Now that's interesting. Now coming into this next game, obviously, Mexi, we're hearing that you're also a translator for your team because your head coach is Indonesian, Coach Ryzen. How challenging has that been for you?
To be honest, it's not really challenging, I think I was pretty new in this team, so I think a little bit difficulties was being good at having a good team to be a good team, because I didn't know anything about the members, so it was just tough for me to communicate or discussing more deeply. That was my difficulties. Yeah,
Okay, so it's more on synergy and chemistry with the team.
that's right.
Okay. Coming to this next match, do you have maybe a message for your opponent today?
Message for opponent. good luck for both teams. Yeah.
Good luck for both teams. Are you confident for this game?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, we'll see. Good luck, and we'll see how they do up against their opponents today, because obviously we're going to throw it over to our casters to witness the second best of one.
Thank you very much, Eterna, as well as Maxi. And yeah, looks like the difficulty really is just gelling with each other.
Yeah.
And not so much talking with the coach, which, again, I believe this is one of those things that happens in regions like Japan, where you don't want to follow-ish the meta. You kind of want to reinvent if possible. So I feel like that might also be a struggle.
That could be it. You know, Mui Manet, he's known for a hero specifically. He's top global on a footballer in game.
Yeah, Brew, yes.
Close enough? Close enough? Yeah. Yeah. Bruno.
World Cup.
Bruno.
Shout-outs.
World Cup. Yeah, actually for Mexi, it's pretty cool because he's Japanese. Japan are out, but he can always just go and support Mexico now.
Yes.
They're still in.
There you go. But yes, now we're going to be talking about this one. We're hoping for Huns to have a better game compared to the Mongols before, because so far, the prediction is that games will either be so snowbally or nothing will happen, and then we just approach the late game, right? We've seen the snowbally part. Somehow I just have an instinct. I feel like that's going to be the same story for game 2 here.
Oh, I thought you were going to say we're going to see a late game.
Yeah.
No, as I was thinking about it, maybe both teams might be just a little bit nervous. A little bit more nervous
Game
one
1 was like 14 minutes though. Like in between of our like.
I guess 40 minutes for some people is long. For me, it's quite short.
It's quite short. I agree.
It's quite short.
I agree.
It is very underwhelming. So, hey, maybe if the draft just has scaling gold laners and then going back to the tank jungles, then yeah, maybe we can see an extended game. But now we're going into the draft here. Huns is going to be the first pick, and the Ravens will be the second one. Expanding Rivers will be the map. Already banning out the Phobius as well as the Marcel. And I also want to talk about Freya. That nerf means nothing to this girl, man.
Okay,
She's still super strong.
It means something. I don't think it's like completely nothing.
Bro. I'm more afraid of Freya than Paquito.
Huh?
Okay, I'm actually more.
Well.
I don't
in
know.
the lane.
Okay, listen.
In the lane, yes.
Listen, if you're a mid or gold laner, you kind of don't want to deal with the Freya, because even if you don't kill her, she's already done her job. She's just there to disrupt.
That's true. I think she's still a very, very good pick.
But I guess the small reduction gives you something.
Yeah.
Hey,
like in the range, in terms of range.
It's not about the range. It's about how you utilize it. And most Freya players utilize it very well.
Okay.
Bro.
I agree.
If they made her die faster, then that's a good nerf.
I think they should do that next patch.
Right?
I think they really should do that next patch. I don't want to see a Freya in the next 6 months. But the Baksha gets spanned out. The Huns have taken out the Marcel, the Phobius, and even the Baksha as first pick.
Yeah, really great bans. Because earlier I think the Marcel was something we saw in second phase.
Baksha also banned out. I wonder if they'd really just want to go for more DPS, something like a Kimi, something like a Claude. The first pick is going to be very interesting for me, because I'm hovering first picking Claude, the Akais.
Okay.
Those are amazing first picks for now, because there's not a lot of counters for those picks. But if you prefer Fredrin, then I can see that as well.
There you go. Aerith gets banned out. The Juicin is left open. It'll always be first pick if it's left open to Huns.
One of those heroes that no matter how you nerf her, she's flexible. She's adaptable.
Yeah.
She's like Mahoraga.
Oh, wow.
Yep, and a Savage game 1. There you go. This is what we expected, right? Claude in the first phase with the Akai. There you have it.
Yeah, these are really good priorities.
So this should be a Fredrin.
Yeah.
A Fredrin, and then maybe a carry just to fight back with a Claude or Moscow, whatever you're comfortable with before he gets banned out.
Yeah.
Because those are the only two, I think. Not unless...
Novaria.
Wait a second. We did see a Novaria banned out just earlier. The Atlas into the Akai.
Where is Novaria going?
Is it
going?
No.
Bus.
What's the jungle? Is one of these like...
No, okay.
Uh-oh. Was it a mistake?
Is Zushin somehow going to be EXP or something? I don't know.
I mean, I've seen that.
I've seen that too.
Yeah, but we don't know
it's
the
like-
matchup. So why?
Yeah, and I think it's a confused Sunset Ravens. You can already see Coach Raizan say, don't think
It's
about
not
it.
just them.
They're confused more than just Sunset Ravens. The Eve comes up for that matchup against the Juicin, but
Or is it the Juicy?
exactly. A good thing about the Huns, they could be like, psych.
Maybe it's just Mongolian team, because again, we did see it banned out.
Banned out when you already saw that there was a roamer and
Yeah,
mid.
yeah, yeah.
So where could it be?
Yeah. The thing is, is this a cheese that we've we just don't know of. It's been happening in scrims.
In Southeast Asia, we have not seen this.
No.
Not even on TikToks. Unless that one guy that just farms his one-shots, you know?
Yeah, TikTok is just all about Hirara right now.
Yep. By the way, Fredrin banned out as well as the Uranus. So for the Ravens here...
so is it gold?
They're still not considering it's a jungle. So
Yeah, no, I wouldn't think it's a
No,
jungler either. Fredrin
Yeah.
gets banned.
where was it?
I am so confused.
Because the only thing that they know is a Claude gold lane.
No. Let's also think about it this way, right? What are you setting up with this Novaria early pick? Because using the Echo, it makes it so that your projectiles hit easier.
Yeah.
So the Atlas will benefit. But
But then there's an
Atlas-ish.
Akai who can just push you away. It's like,
I'm thinking of the damage. What is the damage setup going to be?
Yeah.
Is it just selfish so that she can hit her shots? This is confusing. Carrie gets
but
banned
they
out.
Yeah, jungle and gold.
Because if I was them, I wouldn't know what to ban either.
Yeah, I just ban out the heroes that are annoying to my composition. I agree. The Khalid gets banned out from the Huns. Sunset Ravens, if they can actually play the Cho, it would be a pretty good pick here against the Atlas. You can get mid-prio as well. With the Eve, if it is a Juicin matchup, if
We just don't know.
Okay, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then the XP lane for Sunset
I'll
Ravens.
be so
Guild.
upset if this is Atlas
sorry.
jungle.
The Val.
Oh!
Okay. Woohoo.
It's a
I think it's a Mongolian
It's a
thing.
Mongolian thing.
They
Yeah.
really like Hirara. I mean, I don't blame him, but
And then the Moscow. So this
it's
is
XP.
Wait, who is the XP? Zushin or Novaria or Atlas?
What
Is
would
it
you rather
Atlas
use
XP?
against the Sora?
bro,
None of the above.
Okay, you know what? Let's be fans. You know, close our brains, enjoy the game.
I like it.
Yeah. Like is a very strong word. Let me just say that, right? Like is a very strong word. So now, Sunset Ravens, the final pick here for the Roam. I do agree. The Cho is the easy pickup if you want to go for more, I don't know, healing. Something like Matilda might still be able to work. Yeah.
yeah. Honestly, the Matilda is pretty.
I feel
good
like
too,
it's
yeah.
hard for you to get a bad Roam here.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard. You already have a very good composition. I mean, this. Okay, sure.
Yeah,
sure.
Belleric.
Yeah, wait for them to initiate, then grow your trees out.
Yep, Hirara comes in, doesn't go out. That's the kind of game that I want to see.
Untargetable, by the way. So I think she might be able to get out, but the team might be baited in by the Hirara.
Oh, and Moscow as well might have some difficulties.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Let's just see where
Wait,
everyone
where's
goes.
it going? Where's it going?
If it's who's no Bankai?
XP Novaria.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be throwing it over to Merkel as well as Brigida, where I will just enjoy in the backseat to see what's going on with game number 2 here.
Folks, you create space in the XP. That's what you're meant to do. And what better pick to create space than a hero who's in space? Novaria, right? I mean, right?
Okay, yeah. Let's just not.
Lore wise, she's in space.
Yeah. Eve's also in space. That's
Eve's
right.
in space, but okay, that's true. That's true.
There are all I don't know.
But like, you see what I'm going with it, you know, XP, getting space. You
Yeah.
know a lot about XP.
Let us not talk about nor consider the matchups anymore. The 1v1s, none of it is going to matter, I guess. Wait, so it's not Navarro?
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2. We're in the line of dawn. So Novaria is Arlet.
I see the
that-
resemblance. Yeah.
Sure, but yeah, okay. So that we were confused for no reason.
I don't know.
We should have just known. We should have known it was a different visual. You know, okay. Maybe Novaria and Arlet are just different
Siblings.
in Paris.
No. Okay.
But hey, all right. So let's talk about the Arlet. Now that it's an Arlet, they can actually have some combos with the rest of the team, right? They can
Yes.
actually bait out some purifiers as well. They have layers upon the CC, not just the Atlas. It makes sense. It makes more sense.
Yeah,
okay,
and
thank
was
goodness.
it like if it because I'm trying to recall like the sequence, then maybe it was also some sort of deny for the Atlas Arlot to just
whoa.
come together for Sunset Ravens. And somehow Bankai is really doing a great job so far. Oh,
Wait a minute, that's way too far away, the VMI. What?
okay, he did not expect that, but if he did watch game number 1, he should have known that the Hirara is likely to go there.
Yeah, okay. Let's take a look at the emblems real quick. Mexi's not having a good time.
He's not. Okay. So I'm assuming these are the accurate emblems that we're seeing. Still the same for the Hirara as we saw in game number 1. I think it's except the Assassin.
Yeah, it's Master Assassin coming down. The Bargain Hunter is something that we actually have been seeing quite a bit as well. Good zoning. Bankai is going to hit 4 before Mexi. Depends on the XP crab. They're going to have to fight for him. This is the thing about the two roamers. And Oyu,
Oh, yeah.
they're not going to have ultimates here for the first turtle.
Hey, we could say his IGN by the time he uses Wrath of Dryad.
That's true. Wait, good taunt.
Okay, Mexi here will use the Shifting Skies, catches one, but Bankai responds with the final slash. That's actually an outplay that we get to see from the Huns, and they force out the heavy spin as well from Trap. Now he's trapped. Can he get out? Gets knocked up, and is picked off by the Huns yet again. They seemingly are going to get the clear advantage in this fight.
Really well played by the Huns. Bankai again. Something that we mentioned in the pre-show as well is play around the XP. Get Bankai and Kenny good picks, a winning matchup, and you'll be able to get so much more of an advantage. Thank goodness it's not a Navaria.
Okay, this is a better Hirara game, at least so far. So far. That's why I said so far. Because we never know what can happen. This is Sunset Ravens with a Claude, who is 1 death in.
Yeah, if you snowball, it'll be great, right? That's the thing about the Huns' composition here with the Hirara. So far, they've gotten mid-prio. They even got a lead over Eska, which is kind of strange to think about, right? The Heave should usually have a better lane compared to the Jusin, but in this situation, Kenny, that international experience of making it to the main stage at M7 has paid a lot of dividends.
Yeah. We just got to see Mexi from the interview earlier on. It's very unfortunate to see him struggle in this position because I feel like that heavily impacted how the first objective went for them. Actually survives just a bit, uses the Wrath of Dryad, but could not walk away from this. Hands over a third, not kill, because it's actually Oyu who got it, but still meta, 100% or almost 100% kill participation so far in this Hirara game.
Yeah, living up to the name, still meta.
Okay, it took a while for Still Meta to get to this point, by the way, so it's really great to see him finally have such a great showing in his international debut appearance game. And it's so far really snowballing well for the Huns, so they've clearly got the advantage. What is SNR going to respond with? They're not gonna really commit to the fights just yet, but they're gonna show up here down bot.
Okay, at least Muimanek gets it with Art of Thievery there. Picks it up, Bankai up top, man, a menace against Mexi. Still meta, living up to the name, at least, right? The Hirara is still meta, according to him, and he's doing really, really well. They're doing a good job. SNR, though, what they need to do is focus more on the neutral objectives. They have a composition to play around neutral objectives, but it just seems like they're getting baited by the Huns to take these fights, and this is a good way to do it. Bait out the heavy spin before the fight.
Oh, the final slash was used onto Eska, forcing out the flicker, but now the heavy spin responds, and the real-world manipulation too. Now they're in the trap, and they get to find the Shifting Skies from Mexi, but the response with the Fatal Links! Muimanek goes in with the Blazing to it, and now it's all the Huns! They take out 3 members from the Huns! Sunset Raven actually turned things around.
Sunset Ravens have a cycle to play with, but the Huns did not respect it at all. They just went in all in, even though they baited some of those resources, but there is a silver lining. They did get a turret up top, so they got a trade, but that early lead that they just built is almost all gone. I don't know, I think it's just a big mistake that they didn't respect the cycle of skills. Trap.
Okay, Trap gets to walk out of that. SOD will not connect. But yeah, the moment that Huns sort of overextended in that moment, then it was just Eska freely laying down that real-world manipulation. And even though they did respond with the Fatal Links, they were still inside of it. So there wasn't much that they could do. Whoa! A flicker into the Wrath of Dryad. Didn't go in with the Blazing Do It just yet, though. Does not decide to fight. He was able to calculate that it was a bit too risky.
It's a zoning ult. Trap needs to get purple buff, right? If they didn't ult there, purple buff might have been stolen. And the flicker we didn't see, right?
So he just blocked them from crossing.
Mui needs farm. Right now he's getting farm. It's okay. The roamer can die a lot of times. Trust me, I know. I casted a lot of Geek Time games. Beloyski dies like at least 7 times before the team starts winning.
Yes.
And they're scaling. Look, it's Yves, Claude. They can wait all day long. It's just the Huns who actually have to be the ones to walk up. So I'm hoping for them to adapt to it already, right? They saw the mistake that they made. They went in, they baited out the cycle of skills, but they fought inside of the RWM after baiting it. They fought into the heavy spin after baiting it. Now they're playing a lot slower. Still meta going to the side, taking these turrets. And Moskov staying up top.
Yeah. Look at how well the Huns are actually able to manage the map so far. They're slowly taking control of majority of SNR's resources. And that is going to be a bit tricky for them, considering that the lead is still existing between their junglers even. Trap is a level behind so far, and there is an objective that's coming next. We're already approaching the 8-minute mark, but the Huns have solidified their lead so far. So Sunset Ravens, are they going to risk it?
Whoa.
Oh, Trap goes in, forced to use the heavy spin, but it was a bit too late. They've already secured the objective long before they arrived.
Who knows? Maybe delay it for a bit, right? They're gonna go for the siege now, trying to convert on more objectives, and it's just been the Huns who's dominated this game. Yes, a good fight for SNR, but after that, back to the control over the side lanes, getting prio all around. Still meta, a whole 2 levels ahead of Trap, and it's just been the pattern everywhere. Everyone's ahead.
It's
Yuki's 2 levels ahead of Muimanet.
I guess it also has something to do with what their lineup is capable of, considering the lead. Maybe they are forced to play the more passive approach. They do have the Belleric either way, so it was something that we expected from Sunset Ravens. If ever the Huns do become aggressive and just go all in, but this time around, okay, they might find one. Bankai uses the flicker to survive though.
Oh man, Yuki's just picking up turrets for free. Up top, they're utilizing Bankai's pressure so well. Notices everybody in the bottom lane, gets a turret up top. They're just playing the slow game. And actually, it's weird because we expected the Huns to be the more aggressive mechanical team. We expected Team Mongols to be the more calculated team. But so far, it's actually been the opposite. Still meta? Ooh, wait, Trap just heavy spin.
Still meta's gonna be okay. Doesn't need to use much just to get out of that. And that's a major resource already burned for Sunset Ravens. Nearly finds one. Muimanet gonna be okay though. But yeah, I think the way that the Huns are able to take away these turrets so fast and freely shouldn't be the case. It's a bit too reactive that we're seeing from Sunset Ravens so far. MSC shifting skies, but just look at how Yuki's landing all those free hits. Responds with that Wrath of Dryad. The final smash once again. Bankai with a setup and from behind, still meta catching up alongside Yuki. It's a complete wipeout for Sunset Ravens.
Wow, well played under turret, baiting out the skills and just prolonging the fight for the Moskov, the Arlet, even the Hirara to take advantage of it. Once you deal with the cycles, it's just done. The Huns have done that. They can actually go for the end. 2 seconds on Eska.
Still meta, Bankai and Yuki are trying to end this quick. In less than 10 minutes, the Huns secure their first win here in the wild cards.
Oh man, Sunset Ravens, they couldn't hold on after that wipeout straight up. They saw the vision, they saw the wave down below, and it ended at 940.
Oh my. Okay, I think we gotta call on our good friend, LaFell.
You're a good friend.
How do you feel about this? It's a less than 10-minute game.
Called it. First of all, called it.
Snowball, snowball.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't know, like, as I'm talking, the equations just happen in my head, and I'm like, I feel it's just gonna be a snowballing game, and
Still meta. But did you expect that to be with a Hirara?
No, I did not. No,
I expected it to be a Novaria too, so.
Yeah, right? And again, Bankai was one of his top picks in previous international tournaments, which was the Arlet. So at least now we know Novaria, Arlet are the same people, right? It's just a cosmetic change.
So it's a skin.
It's a new skin.
Is Novaria an Arlet skin or is an Arlet a Novaria skin?
It's obviously Novaria is the skin for Arlet. You know why?
Why?
This is a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Ooh.
Yeah, you just don't know. And I feel like the biggest difference here, right, Briggs? This Hirara looks good because the side lanes were winning.
Yeah, because like
I would say every lane actually was winning.
Yeah, the side lane was winning, the mid lane was winning, the prio is there. They know their win conditions better as well over Sunset Ravens. It really seems like Sunset Ravens were just a bit
kita natin si Yuki. Sobrang daming nakuha ng libre. Siguro, ito siguro yung pakiramdam ni Teddy nung unang bagong pasok siya sa Team Liquid Philippines. Yung mga una niyang stream na nagpa-farm lang siya dun sa taas, tapos nakikita niya dami na nangyayari, tapos papasok siya, makakakuha siya ng triple kill. And yun yung mga sinaunang araw eh. Ngayon, kung titignan natin si Teddy sa Team Liquid Philippines, gumagawa na yun ng sarili niyang play eh. Kumbaga, tumatapang na, nakakahanap na ng bumubuhat na. Pero going back dito sa laban na ito, ibang klase din kasi yung pinakitang disiplina ng side ng Huns. Di nila pinilit. I feel like yun yung isa sa mga pinaka-importanting parte. Kung ano lang naman kailangan gawin, yun na ang ginawa nila. And so far, dyan na po nagtatapos ang pangalawang match ng ating araw na ito. Marami-rami pang laro para sa ating wildcard stage. Kami ang inyong nakasama. Umi kasama si Burrito. Huwag kayo nga alis. Magbabalik ang MSC at EWC 2026 after a short break.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Magandang gabi sa lahat na sumusubaybay sa Esports World Cup 2026 sa MSC 2026. Kami ang inyong magiging casters para sa gabing ito. Uomi pa rin with Burrito para ihatid sa inyo ang pangatlong match ng ating Wild Cards Day 1 kung saan nakakita na tayo ng dalawang matches. Ang pinakahuling match natin, hindi tumagal. Wala pang 10 minuto, ayun natapos na.
Yeah, napakabilis no na naging laro na 'yun, and doon natin mako-comment no yung decision making ng the Hunts no na tapusin talaga yung laro 'yon. Capitalizing yung mga deaths na nakuha dito ng kanilang kalaban. Pero eto na eto na yung inaabangan ng lahat. VSG no ang ating matutunghayan, of course. This is parang mga players no na halo-halo to marami mga Pinoy pare. Isa sa mga notable diyan, or actually dalawa, Mark Tizzy and JM.
And ito yung nakakatuwa makita, no? VSG with two popular Pinoy imports, Lord JM and Mark Tizzy actually playing para dito sa ating laro ngayong gabi. Si Carvey na mula sa Norway ay dugong Pilipino din. So most likely no, in terms of communications, baka ang nag-a-adjust pa dito yung dalawa nilang kasama sa VSG dahil nakakaintindi naman nata ng Tagalog si Carvey. But ang kanyang nationality, kung makikita nyo, ay nakalagay pa rin sa Norway. Dahil kahit sabihin natin na dugong Pilipino dito si Carvey, ay hindi naman siya lumaki sa Pilipinas. Kumbaga, pinanganak na doon mula sa isang Pilipinong pamilya. Pero looking at their opponents this time around, ang King of Gamers sa kanilang kalaban, o KOG, ay hindi rin naman nahihiya na meron silang mga malupitan na Filipino imports. And for sure, ito kilala ng ating mga MPL Filipino fans.
Yeah, sigurado yan, no. Mamaya makikita natin, isa rin to sa mga inaabangan talaga dito. And of course, bagong-bago kasi yung region nila no. Itong Kings of Gamers Club or King of Gamers Club from MSL Thailand. Ang dami talaga nagabang nito. I think last season no, nung pin-review or nung nakita natin nung M7 na mag-o-open na ang Thailand para sa kanilang liga sa MLBB. Marami talaga na-excite. And before naman kasi nakakita na tayo ng mga Thai na talagang naglalaro ng MLBB. And ito yung opportunity muli ng kanilang rehiyon na mapamalas yung kanilang kagalingan, di ba?
Oo. Nakakatuwang makita no na nakakatulong pa rin ang ating mga Filipino imports na makapagbigay ng additional na boost or suporta sa pagpapalaganap ng competitive MLBB sa mga iilang rehiyon. Makikita po natin yan mamaya, no? Sila Kaizen ay narito. Sa pagkakaalam ko, no, si Kaizen sa kanyang huling stint sa loob ng MPL Philippines, he was still with TNC Pro Team. I think that was syempre, marami makakaalala na yun ang isa sa mga pinakamalungkot na season ng TNC Pro Team sa MPL Philippines. Pero hindi naman ito na rason na sabihin nating mahina o mahirap. Sadyang, let's just say na ang hirap lang talaga maglaro sa Pilipinas. Na kahit yung mga top 8, top 7 natin ay ibang klaseng kalibre kung ilalagay mo sa ibang torneo.
Yeah, parang kayang-kayang dumurog talaga no kung iisipin mo no. Alam mo, total nandito naman na tayo sa King of Gamers Club. Naalala ko lang na may isang storya dito ang kanilang kupunan kasi pinapanood ko rin siya yung MSL Thailand eh. Of course, RIP po sa ama ni Kaizen nung mga panahon na yun ay dumadaan yung kanilang playoffs run at hindi mismong sinasabi pala ni Kaizen yung naging na malungkot yung nangyari doon sa kanyang ama no, na namayapa yung kanyang ama habang naglalaro sila. Pero dito natin makikita yung katatagan ni Casey no, na parang siguro nasa isip niya, nandito na ako para to sa papa ko, para to sa lahat na sumusuporta sa akin. At napagtagumpayan niya yung kanyang ginawa doon o yung kanilang run doon sa MSL Thailand. Kaya nandito siya ngayon at gusto rin niyang pakita no na hindi ibig sabihin na galing kami sa isang, alam mo yun, medyo devastating na journey doon sa MPL ay hindi na namin kaya makatungtong sa international.
And kung tutuusin nga, nauna pa si KZ na makatungtong dito sa Esports World Cup kung ikukumpara sa mga ilang manlalaro na sabihin na natin na tinalo siya sa domestic league dahil isa rin naman talaga sa option no kung nag-aantay ka o naghahanap ka talaga ng paraan na maka-international ay maglaro sa ibang international orgs or sa mga ilang teams dahil let's just say that if you play for MPL Philippines or sa Malaysia or Indonesia, ito yung mga regions na hindi ka talaga pwedeng mag-expect na makakalipad ka every year. Kumbaga, hindi ka pwedeng mag-expect na malakas kayo ngayon. Ibig sabihin ay malakas kayo. Playoffs pa lang di ba? Parang the moment that you are a regular season frontrunner, yung sabihin natin within top 1 to 3 ka ng liga natin, pagpasok sa playoffs parang hindi rin masyado nagmamatter Nagkakaroon ng power, walang power gap kumbaga, na alam natin kayang pumalag ng top 6 natin sa top 3 o top 5 sa top 4, mga ganong klase. Kaya ang hirap talaga makalipad if you are a Filipino player dahil again, yung mga kalaban mo dito ay mga halimaw. Ito yung Rayon kung nasaan yung GOAT. Doon pa lang. Parang yung mga eroplano papuntang MSC tsaka M-Series may upuan na si Carl Tizzy. Kumbaga parang may upuan na sa eroplano nakalagay na yung pangalan niya doon.
Alam mo kaya nga pag tinitingnan ko yung mga pub match, gano'n nakikita ko na yung Filipino representative natin Team Liquid at saka Falcons parang napapailing na lang ako para sa ibang mga regions na. Oy, pero hindi naman namin super duper giniglaze ang Team PH. At saka nasa Filipino broadcast tayo, guys. So natural lang siguro na i-recognize natin ang mga Filipino coaches, Filipino players, and yung mga Filipino imports natin. Uy, speaking of Filipino coaches pala, kasi yung coach ng VSG at ang King of Gamers Club ay parehas ding Filipino. Oo, parehas din. Diba?
So parang magkakabasahan ata itong dalawang coaches na to mamaya, no? Kahit ba sabihin natin na medyo magkalayo ang meta ng dalawang ito dahil para sa mga kakatutok lamang dito sa ating Filipino broadcast ng MSC, ang dalawang teams na maglalaban ngayon ay Thailand kontra EECA. So kung maaalala nyo, ang EECA, ito ang region na pinagmumulan ng isang fan favorite ng Pilipinas na si Kid Bomba, na alam naman natin na hindi lamang sumikat dahil sa mga malupit niyang plays, kundi sumikat din dahil sa napakaganda niyang napakamakulay na outside of the game na mga statements and again sportsmanship as well. Alam natin sa kulay na yon ay may sportsmanship din nakahalo yon. And to be fair, para sa EECA naging maganda ang resulta ng kanilang mga huling run sa ating mga international scene. May mga natatalo na sila na hindi natin ina-expect na kaya pala nilang talunin. Team Spirit is a big example na kayang-kaya nilang lumaban on the international scene.
And kaya nga excited ako talaga na mapanood itong mga manlalaro or itong mga teams na naglalaro ngayon dito sa wildcard. Kanina nakakita na tayo kagad ng Savage galing dito sa sa FUT, if I'm not mistaken. Hans Esports din, mabilis din yung naging laro nila. So I believe ito talaga i-expect natin. At saka dito na natin masusukat pare kung gaano ba kaiba or gaano kalaki yung kaibahan ng laro ng mga hindi ko naman hindi ko naman dina-downgrade yung mga laro kanina nung match 1 and match 2 natin. Pero ngayon kasi may mga Pilipino na may mga Filipino players na, may mga Filipino coaches na. By the way, ang coach po pala ng VSG si Coach Jeff. Sa mga hindi nakakilala, nag-coach na rin po siya sa MPL. Coach Justin naman para dito sa Kings of Gamers Club. So balikan ko lang yung sinasabi ko, magbabago talaga tong galaw na to. Magbabago yung meta, even the macro. Malamang magbabago talaga.
And hopefully magandang change. And recently kasi mga nakikita nating games talagang I would say one-sided. After minute number 5 ay nakakita na tayo ng isang obvious team na talaga makakalamang at mananalo. And isa rin yan kasi sa mga skills na nakukuha ng ating mga top tier teams yung kaya nilang maglaro from behind. Yung dumudugo na. May nangyari ng masama ng early game. Yung babawasan mo yung pagdudugo, tapos mag-aantay kayo ng tamang chance na lumaban. Isa yan sa mga skills na talagang dine-develop throughout time in general. Bibilang lamang din sa Pilipinas sa mga teams na masasabi natin na sanay maglaro ng dehado, and I think sa mga ganitong klaseng international stages, dyan natin makikita kung sino nga ba talaga yung mga nandun na sa level na yun. Dahil recently, sa last 2 matches natin again, parehas pong stomps ang ating nakita kung saan mabilis na tapos, kung sino man nakakuha ng first and second Lord ay tapos na agad. And hopefully something changes dito sa ating match number 3 kung saan dalawang Filipino drafters ang maglalaban, dalawang Filipino imports ang maglalaban din sa bawat kupunan. And so far, both regions looking hot after their wins sa kanilang mga local stages.
Yeah, yun nga ang mas excited ako na makita dito. Alam mo, Mark TZ, kung saan-saan na rin natin nakita to, I believe nanggaling na rin to sa MENA. Si Mark TZ, no, parang GK Esports ata kasama nila nung sino nga yan, si Zach, no, I believe. So si JM naman ay galing na rin sa ibang rehiyon. So bumalik dito sa Pilipinas, hindi naging kaya-aya yung naging resulta ng kanyang MPL. So bumalik uli sa ibang region. So ito yung sinasabi natin na lahat sila may gustong patunayan, lahat sila may gustong parang ipamalas dito sa larong ito na hindi sila basta-basta, pare. Nandito tayo sa wildcard, pantay-pantay tayo lahat dito.
Oo, at para naman sa mga nag-aabang kung anong oras magsisimula yung susunod nating laro. Guys, huwag kayong mag-alala, inaantay din po namin magsimula itong match number 3 natin. At the moment na magsimula ang ating laro, ay papadala din po agad natin yan sa inyo. At prime time na rin kasi, malapit na magkaroon ng mga kainan dito sa Pilipinas. As of now, lunch time na po sa mga tropa natin sa Paris dahil 6 hours sa pagkakaalam ko ang diferensya ng Pilipinas sa Paris. At ngayon magsisimula na po ang ating drafting phase. Yan na nga ang ating mga Filipino imports, Lord JM, Mark TZ, and of course Coach Jeff as well. Kasabayan na rin ng kanilang mga tropa sa BSG in the blue side. Tatanggalin nila ang Akai at Zushin, dalawa sa mga nakikita nating mga pick na madalas lumabas sa first 2 matches ng ating wildcard stage.
Wala kasumpa-sumpa talaga kasi yung Akai and ayaw mo talaga, or kung ikaw yung team, ayaw mo talaga na umikot sa Akai ang literal, umikot sa Akai yung magiging draft ng bawat isa. No? Alam mo yung pag nakakuha yung isa ng Akai, ngayon mag-iisip ka na magiging counter mo sa Akai. So para maluwag lang ang pag-iisip dito ng ating mga coaches, tinanggal na kagad itong Akai. Pakito as well ay inalis na rin ni Coach Justin kasabay pa nga ng isang Arlot. Alam naman natin kung gaano kahirap talaga yung nagiging laruan sa XP. And even yung posisyon ng mga malalambot na heroes natin like yung mid and gold lane, kapag may mga heroes kagaya na ito no?
Oo, ang hirap din kasing ma-displace talaga at mabigla. And yan talaga kasi yung mga nakikita natin na napakalaking trend ngayon sa loob ng XP lane, no? Yung mga heroes na kaya kang guluhin ng hindi masyadong nag-e-effort. Yung tipong presensya pa lamang nila, maiilang ka na. And that's entirely one of the reasons why tinanggal ang Phovius, wala ang Arlot, wala ang Pakito. There are still high-impact XP laners such as a Sora, a Benedetta, or maybe even a Ruby kung sakaling naghahanap talaga kayo ng AOE na stun. But overall, XP laner options natin dito ay talagang napakadami pa din. Ang tanong, ano kaya ang magiging first pick dito ng VSG na syempre una nating makikita? And it's going to be, Faramis ba yung nasilip dun kanina? Hindi. We're still gonna Fredrin. At hindi na masama, no? Dahil walang Zushin ang side ng King of Gamers.
May mga Gord naman na pwedeng ipansagot dito ang King of Gamers. Kung sakali man na Fredrin jungle talaga ang pipiliin dito ng VSG. Inaantay lang natin guys kung ano ba yung magiging first pick dito ng VSG kasi dun iikot yung dalawang heroes na susundan ng KOG. Gord! Sa magkabila. Hindi, Gord, baka dito sa kabila, sa KOG ata yung Gord na yon. Ayan, Fredrin, official na Fredrin first pick para sa VSG. So baka back siya in Gord para sa first 2 picks ng KOG.
Oo, ganda. Ganda ng backsha and gourd dito para sa side ng KOG, no? May sagot ka agad sa Fredrin at meron ka na ring pangharapan with that backsha. And kahit pa sabihin natin na medyo malabo na maging roamer or XP laner, ang backsha na ito ay to a certain degree ay flex pick pa rin naman ang backsha na ito. Now for VSG, maganda siguro na kumuha na sila dito ng maagang gold laner na kayang tumunaw. You still have the Claude, you still have the carry, pero mukhang hindi muna nila kukunin yan. They're still gonna go for crowd control at team fighting by taking up the Eve, pati na rin ang Atlas. So ang dami na nilang crowd control, ang dami na rin nilang pang-control ng box, pero kulang pa sila sa pangtunaw sa backsha na ito.
Oo, mahirap pa naman tunawin yung backsha na yan. No? So parang mauwi na lang ata sila dito sa mga carry at iba pa. Pero ang KOG, actually, pwede nga nila sanang i-third pick itong backsha kung gugustuhin nila. Pero dahil nga nandyan na, kuha sila atas ng XP dito. Ay hindi! Pinagsama yung Matilda and the backsha. Pre, bilis ng lineup na to ha.
Oo. Tsaka may nauuso ngayon ng mga Matilda build na napakahapdi talaga ng damage ng Matilda, no? Yung naglilibro agad sila, yung tipong kayang pumatay ng marksman kapag na-chancingan ka by mid-game or even late game. Pero syempre, no, ay mukhang defensive naman ata ang magiging playstyle dito ng KOG considering na gusto nilang manatiling buhay ang Gord dito with the backsha as well na kayang-kaya niyang pabilisin. And now with the banning phase, pwedeng tanggalin ng KOG yung mga shred options na natitira para sa VSG, taking away the carry or even the Claude. Pero mukhang XP lane pa rin talaga. Ayaw nilang paglaruin si Lord JM. 4, hindi 4 na XP lane bans na ang nakikita natin.
Baka nga sumunod pa dyan yung mga Rubio kaya Sora no, kung titingnan natin. Kasi may Povius din na napunta doon sa kabila or inalis doon sa kabilang bahagi. So kung makikipag-ubusan, definitely lugi talaga ang VSG dito pagdating sa XP. Pero sabi nila, sige, makipag-ubusan tayo. Nga pala, kung maaalala natin si Lord JM pre, nagtatamos yan. May mga ganong hero yan. Baka ito isa sa mga tinitingnan din ng VSG na hero eh.
Oo, tsaka may pangtune actually yung Tamus binibiro natin na isang Lord JM special ay sa totoo lang magandang pangsagot din sa backsha kung sakaling tunawan ng usapan. No? Bagamat kailangan makabuild ng items if you're looking as a Tamus na damage dealer, eh, hindi malayo na pwede rin nga itong gamitin talaga ng VSG. But as you said, Sora ang tatanggalin ng King of Gamers dito. 5-man XP ban para dito kay Lord JM. Nanatili pa rin yung Benedetta na sa huling beses na nakita natin sa MPLPH si Lord JM sa AP Bren ay madalas din niyang gamitin itong Benedetta na ito.
Oo nga pala, no, may Benedetta pa. Nako, baka ang KOG pa nga ang kumuha nito. So talagang mauuwi na sa medyo limitadong hero si Lord JM. Baka mag-ruby pa nga siya dito, kagaya ng mga binabanggit mo kanina, Umi. Pero ano nga ang pipiliin dito ng KOG? Wala pa rin naman silang marksman or kanilang gold lane. May Claude, may carry pa naman din and Harriet na pwede natin pagtingnan. Uy, pero CC ang kanilang kukunin dito. Anong matitira sa VSG? Benedetta?
Interesting Well, bukod sa Benedetta, pwede ring mag-Guinevere ang VSG. And saktong-sakto, no, hindi mo naman kailangan i-build as a tank ang isang Guinevere. Pwede mo pa rin itong gamitin bilang damage dealer at may konting synergy din kasabayan ng isang Atlas kung sakaling masasakto mo sa Fatal Links. But then again, no, very limited na ang options na natitira sa XP lane para dito sa side ng VSG. Bagamat okay pa rin naman. Alam mo, sa totoo lang, medyo nalulungkot nga ako na wait, Suyu XP lane. Ang potential na pwede natin makita. O baka naman gold lane Suyu ito. Pero wow, a very interesting response na nagmumula dito sa VSG at ay lalakin na rin nila ang carry. This confirms na XP lane Suyu ang ating makikita mula kay Lord JM.
Wow, kakaiba. Actually, nakita ko naman na yan dito sa Pinas sa mga RG, pero kakaiba pa rin na makita dito sa international scene. Final pick, anong matitira dito? May Claude pa rin naman, meron pa rin namang Harriet na option, doon dami nilang magic dito kung mag-Harriet sila. Clint and Bruno ay nakikita ko rin na baka pwede dito? Yung mga gumagamit ng Purify? Ano kaya to?
Baka nga Granger din ay available kung sakaling gusto nilang kumuha ng additional na burst damage. Pero katulad ng sinabi mo, no, may dami pang options yan na physical damage. May Bruno pa, may Clint, and looking at pero hindi physical ang kanilang gusto. They're gonna go for Harith. And ang tanging physical damage dealer na manggagaling dito sa King of Gamers would be a CC pick na nagmumula sa kanilang XP lane. So this is a very interesting damage mix para dito sa KOG. Parang isang Radiant Armor, isang Athena lamang na nagbumula dito sa Fredrin ay potentially ay malaki sa bawas na pwede nilang ibato ay mawawala lamang. At I would say VSG, ayokong mag-declare ng draft winner, but I like VSG's draft better, pare.
Yeah, I agree. Nabanggit nga natin kung gaano din kadaling counterin pagdating sa itemization. So medyo tiba-tiba yung Fred dito, tiba-tiba yung Atlas. Hindi na nila kailangang hatiin yung kanilang choices pagdating sa damage. Kasi yung CC, ang CC kwatin lang naman yan yung mga malalambot sa likod dito ng ng VSG. So tingnan natin kung paano gagana ang magical strat ng KOG sa pagpasok ng ating ikatlong laro ng araw na to.
And hopefully, dahil nga ina-expect natin na elevated ang kalidad ng laro na ito ay baka tumagal ng lagpas 10 minuto. Pero good poke here mula dito kay Boro. And ito na yung nakikita natin na standard start mula sa isang Atlas na talagang mananakit yan sa mid lane gamit ang perfect match. And take a look at that. Lamang pala ang suyo kontra CC sa laning phase if you play it right.
Oo nga parang nalulugi. O nga naman kung iisipin mo, ang daming na kasi kagad skill yan, kahit level 2 lang, 4 na kagad yan Diba? Pwera pa kung Queller nga ata yung kinuha niya dun sa ng level 2 siya Pero tingnan natin, perfect match mula kay Boro, gugulong-gulong si Case. Nabangga niya ito. At this time ay meron naman siyang kasamang Matilda para nga ihatid lang siya sa kanyang kaligtasan and nagbibigay din ng additional na zone. Ano kaya magiging buuhan dito ni Nile? Ayan, mamaya mapakita natin kung diretso ba kagad siya dun sa Enchanted Talisman. Kasi madalas na nakikita ko, even ako ganun na rin ginagawa ko dito Enchanted Talisman na talaga
Napakasakit din kasi talaga, no? And sa totoo lang, parang may sistemang sinusunod ang King of Gamers dito na alam nila na hindi nila kailangan lumaban agad. Saktong pagpupush lamang, mananakit lang sa mid lane, lipad agad doon sa pagpush, lalaban dito sa may bandang ibaba. Kaysen, naghahanap ng potential play. Si JM ang makikita at naretrihan na rin. First blood, mapupunta sa KOG at mukhang nang tutunaw na rin dito si 33rd pero masastansya ni Mark TC. Ang Razor Strat ay pupunta sa kanyang muka pero hindi siya babagsak and that's going to be the first blood na makukuha ng KOG.
Medyo minalas din si Lord JM kasi nakita yung huling tumbling niya and after nun, talaga naglakas ng loob na itong si Kaysen. Dahil nga naman may guiding wind din, naaasahan talaga itong KOG. Habang sa kabilang panig kinukuha na yung green camps dahil nga mabilis lang makakasama with the shield unity. Kung gugustuhin nila na humabot dyan, nagamit nila yung manipulation para may zone lamang itong mga miyembro ng KOG. Tagumpay ang kanilang plano. Diretso pa ata sila sa purple buff pero si Kaysen ay nandun at makikita nila sino nanalo sa retrihan. Si Kaysen! Si Kaysen na nagwagi sa retrihan sabay susunduin lang ni Nile.
Oo, ang hirap naman nun na may expressway ka na nga. Pwede ka pang lumipad. At PSG medyo nalulugi sa mga trades na ginagawa dito ng KOG. Dinadaan sa macro ng KOG dahil na rin sa kabilisan ni Nile at ni Kaysen sa paglipad at sa paggulong all around the map. Pero still, an even ball game ang ating nakikita. Napakaliit lamang ng kalamangan na meron dito ang KOG to the point na pwede pang magbago ang lahat sa isang malupitang teamfight.
Yeah, pwede talaga yan And ang nakikita natin si Payan, medyo nalulugi siya pagdating sa level. Oy, naku po! Si Mark TC namatay doon sa naging tagpo na yan. Mabilisan lang mula dito sa KOG. And kung babalikan natin, nalugi ata si Payan doon sa itaas. No? Parang hindi lang natin masyado natutukan pero mukhang na-freezean ata siya ng lane doon
Oo. And medyo masama yun no kung tutuusin kapag napiprisan ka kasi ng lane. May ano yun may kaakibat na dive yan kapag sakaling hindi agad nakaresponde yung kalaban. Pero buti hindi natin nakita yun. And for KOG, still, a 700 gold lead, lumalaki na't lumalaki. At parang nahuhuli ata ni Kaysen yung kiliti dito ni Mark TZ. Pare, kanina pa niya ginugulo yung kapwa niyang jungler.
Tatakas din naman nagamit yung Fatal Links at naidala. Kaya lang, nadala rin sa kaligtasan dito ni Nile. Ngayon naman na maipit si Kaysen. Circling Eagle na gamit na. May pagligtas ba dito ang KOG? Parang wala na nga ata. Kaysen pinipilit na lang tumakbo. Pero nandun yung si Gosh. Napatay na kagad dito si Mark at si Z. Ligtas pa rin si Kaysen at makakakuha muli ng isang kill ang KOG.
Nakakairita yun, no? If you're Mark TZ, kanina ka pa binibigyan ni Kaysen kasi alam niyang kaya kang tunawin ni Zed. And ito yung isa sa mga nakakainis When you're playing a tank jungle matchup, umaasa ka sa kakampi mo na gumawa ng play. Umaasa ka sa kakampi mo na tunawin kung sino man yung sisimulan mo. Pero napipilay yung VSG dito dahil na rin sa naging sistema dito ng King of Gamers, no? I recall going back doon sa draft natin, mas nagustuhan ko yung draft dito ng VSG dahil na rin sa napakaganda nilang box control, crowd control at iba pang mga pang-objective sana. Pero hindi umaabot sa mga laban para sa objectives. Laging may play na nangyayari bago yung mga objective fights.
Oo nga Tsaka kung iisipin mo, pag nag-set kasi ng box dito ang BXG, meron naman ng KOG ngayon. Nagamit yung revelation. Kaysen din nakakuha ng kill Mark TZ with that turtle. Kaya lang habulan na magaganap. Carvey ay umatras na rin. At na-force yung kanyang flicker. Pero gusto pa ng dugo ng KOG. Naghahanap pa sila ng kill dito. Mark, TZ, and Kaysen magkakaharapan. Sasama na rin si Knight. Tumama rin yung projectile. Habang Toro ay pinupuruhan na rin dito ng KOG. Atras mo na si Mark TZ at hindi na nila mapoproteksyonan pa yung Toro sa may sa gitna. At si JM, nako, delikado rin kay 30 turn. Hindi pa tapos ito. May habulan pa magaganap. Pero sabi ng VSG, wag na nating ilaban pa. Aatras na muna sila at tuloy-tuloy lamang ang pag-arangkada ng KOG.
Wow, ang ganda ng mga nagiging rotation dito ng KOG, no? The moment na makabangga dito si Kaysen, automatic may projectile plus the gush. Potentially, makikita natin ito muli, makakastan ng dalawa pero makakahuli naman si Mark TZ doon at makakalipad din lang gamit ang Matilda at makaka-reset dito ang King of Gamers Club. Ang sakit sa ulo if you are VSG. Ang kulit ng Matilda, pare.
Totoo lang, napakakulit talaga. Tapos ang hirap pa hulihin yan, pre. Hindi pa nga ata napipindot yung purify niyan 'Di ba? Parang at this point, dapat nakakakuha na kayo ng kill. Dapat kahit papano ay umaabante na kayo kasi may Fred rin kayo na dapat nagagamit. Pero hindi ganoon na nangyayari. Perfect match mula kay Poro. Gugulong-gulong na rin dito si Kaysen. Nakaabang yung guiding wind. Tuloy lamang ang pagbasig ng Tore pero sabi na sige banggaan natin nalapag na rin yung Zaman Force sabay circling eagle doon sa Badalikula nakakuli na kagad din si Boro si Mark TZ umatras ang baba na ng buhay ni Corby nawalan na siya ng tapang sa larong ito pero si 33rd ay sinalubong na rin nila makaka-vertical sana at magagamit yung kanyang curtain call pero sa iba na lang niya naitutok buhay si Corby pero hindi nila maililigtas yung Tore sa itaas.
Nako, dinaan na talaga sa sistema. VSG, we are already 7 minutes in. Hindi sila makahanap ng kill. Paulit-ulit silang nabibigyan ng kakaibang pagzozone mula dito sa KOG kasi lagi lang nag-aantay yung guiding wind ng isang Matilda. Kung babalikan natin yung ginawa nilang pagbubrusco doon sa top lane turret, literal na gumugulong-gulong lang yung back siya sa likod ng turret at nag-aantay na may magbato ng skill para sa kanya para mapag-guiding wind din palayo habang bumabanatan lahat sa Tore.
Oo nga Ang dami mong problemahin dito kung ikaw ang VSG. Lalo na pagdating sa item. Ayun nga, papunta na rin siya. Second item na pala niya yung Enchanted Talisman. So inuna na muna yung Flash of the Oasis. Para nga naman may extrang heal mula doon sa kanyang mga shields no, na naibibigay like the Guiding Wind. Pero para dito sa VSG, pare, kailangan nila umiwas-iwas muna atas revive pero hindi nila maiwasan kasi binili na kagad ng KOG ang kanilang gusto. Napatay uli-muli itong si Dixon for the second time at babasag na naman ng Torres sa itaas. tinatry lang ni JM na kahit papano ay makadikit doon sa lead na ginakuha dito ng KOG, pero ilalaban na naman nila Mark TZ yung matras. Perfect match ay magagamit. Sayo-sayo lamang si Payen, meron pa tong Purify, kaya sobrang tapang pre. Siguro ang challenge dito ni Payen at ni Nile, sino unang pipindot ng Purify manlilibre?
Well, sad to say, kailangan naman libre ni Nile. Dahil napindot na niya yung Purify niya kanina.
Kanina.
Sinubukan niyang lumaban doon sa top lane. Pero para sa KOG, alam ko nagbibiro ka lang, Burrito, pero nakakalungkot din yun if you are BSG. Dahil hindi pinipindot ni Payen yung ano niya, yung Fury. At hindi rin siya nahuhuli. I think that's already a message enough na kahit napakadaming crowd control lang meron dito ang VSG ay hindi pa natin nakikita na nape-pressure ng totoo ang KOG na lumaban ng mapapagamit sila ng kanilang mga Purify. And 10 seconds bago lumabas ang pinakaunang Lord ng larong ito ay delikado na naman dito si Boro. Mapapagamit na ng perfect match and look at the positioning coming in from this mid laner in jungle ng KOG. The moment na may mabangga dito si Kaizen, nakahanda na yung gatilyo ni Zed sa kanyang full combo.
Parang tinanggap kata ng BSG na hindi na sila lalaban doon sa Lord at ginawa na lang ni Lord JM or ni JM yung kanyang makakaya para makapagtulak ng Torre doon sa ibaba. Nakuha na nga ng KOG yung Lord, pero siya ata ang pupuntahan. Nakakalimutan nila merong river na nag-aabang. Wala na silang aabudang JM at medyo nakaligtas naman ang BSG.
Oo, tsaka crucial item pickup din para dito kay Mark TZ. Nabilin na niya ang kanyang Radiant Armor matapos ng kanyang Brute Force Breastplate. Ibig sabihin niya na kahit papano ay makakatagal pa rin naman siya sa harapan ng KOG. Pero siya ang pinaka, sabihin na natin, tankiest target dito para sa side ng PSG. Kung may ibang mahuli, ay hindi mo pwedeng asahan na mabubuhay pa. Mapapa-flicker si Lord JM. At ang ginawa lang ni Kaizen doon pare ay umuturn ng 2 beses.
Isipin mo yun, no? Yung shield unity lang ang ginamit. Ay, din, kapag Turkish Puissance din naman siya. Pero nailapag na yung Zaman Force. Mark TZ ngayon, gagamitin yung kanyang retribution. Pero may next wave pa ng minions dun sa may bottom. Sinabol na dito si Lord J. Napaka-upti naman ng mga wisp na yun. Kailangan niya bumertical pero habol pa rin si Kaizen. Buti na may dumating na mga minions pero hindi na may liligtas si Boro. Siya'y mamamatay sa kamay ng KOG. May Lord na kasama sa itaas ang Kings of Gamers. Ngayon naman ay pupiliting proteksyonan ito ng VSG. Atrasin na nila at mapapabagsak na rin yung Torre doon sa may top. Lalapag na naman yung Zaman Force. Piliting sumayaw dito ni Payen at tatapusin na nga ata ng KOG ito. Kaya lang medyo nabitinan na sila ng wave at mapapatay na rin yung Lord. Atras muna dito ang KOG at re-respetuhin ang kakayahan ng BSG.
Oo, pero tingnan mo, natutunaw na rin si Mark TZ sa kamay ni 33rd. Yung main tank na meron dito ang VSG na dapat humarap ay hindi tumatagal ng less than 2 seconds para dito sa side ng VSG. And still a perfect game para sa King of Gamers. Mangso-zone dito si Kaizen. Mukhang Torre muna ang punteriya dito ng side ng KOG pero makakadepensa pa rin naman ang side ng VSG. Sapat ang kanilang wave clear pero kailangan nila mag-ingat. Si Boro ay lalangoy pero hindi pa naman sisisid sa 5. 8 ang lamang ng KOG kontra sa BSG at kakalmahan muna nila ang pagpupush.
Sa totoo lang at this point kung kahit makahuli rin si Boro parang hindi pa rin talaga sasapat yung damage nila dito. Medyo nag-up si Carby. Si Dixon ay hindi rin naman makapondo pa ng gusto. Medyo gap pagdating sa level. Hindi naman ganun kalaki, no? Pero yung gap ng level na yan ay malaking tulong na para dito sa KOG. And si Kaizen pare nagkaroon ng magandang buhay talaga dito with 5-0 and 2 na KDA. At parang hirap-hirap na niyang patayin kung iisip ayan na si Mark TZ. Naku, siya ata pupuntahan na si Eagle na gamit. Pero nakabang yung perfect match si Boro. Atrasan na muna nila muli ito. 17 seconds para sa Lord at pwede nang sumet up muna ang KOG kung gusto nila mag-1 ha.
Nako! Yan na yung -1 na sinasabi natin at mukhang itutuloy pa nila. Makakakuha sila ng 1 kill at titigilan na KOG. Akala natin sistema yung sinusunod. Meron din palang asim nakahalo sa recipe na yun.
Oh my goodness. Na hindi natin makukonsider as kumarion pare hindi nakatapak sa damo kasi sinalubong kagad ni Kaizen. Na-miss niya ate, sabi kabayan pala tao, kabayan. Na-miss kita paring JM pero ngayon maiipit ata din si Boro. Pero makakatakas din naman. Hindi sapat yung Mystic Gush pero lalapit pa si Payen. Okay, buhay pa rin si Boro. Si Lord JM ay nabuhay na rin mula doon sa kanyang pagkakamatay. Pero babasag na ng torre dito sa may bandang ibaba. Ang KOG ay tuloy-tuloy lamang. Nabangga na naman si Mark TZ. Nagamit yung river manipulation kasabay nung ultimate mula dito kay Boro. Flicker na gamit! Pero si Boro ay namatay na. 4 na miyembro na sa BSG na natitira. May Lord pang kasama ang KOG sa itaas. Pero si JM ginagawa na lang ang kanyang mga pwedeng gawin dito. Nakat niya yung wave. Tagumpay naman iyon. Pero 4 pa rin ito. Nakaabang pa rin ito si Kaizen. Kung sino kanyang babanggain. Bumili na rin siya ng Guardian's Helmet para sa additional sustained power. Makakaligtas pa ng panandalian dito ang VSG. Pwersahin ba nila yung gitna? Parang hindi na nga at aagaw na lang ng resources na nasa paligid ng VSG.
At least makakahinga pa rin. Honestly, si VSG, kahit sabihin natin ang laki na lamang ng KOG, parang milagro na atang hindi sila nawalan ng 3 inhibitor turret doon. Sobrang duguan na ng mid lane inhibitor turret nila, pero ang laking tulong yan pare sa upcoming Lord fight natin 100 seconds from now. Kung hindi pa basag yung mid lane inhibitor turret mo in a late game scenario, patas pa kahit papano yung laban. Bagamat lugi na sila doon sa long lane around that Lord area, pati na rin yung short lane sa Lord, at least hindi nila kailangan masyadong isipin yung mid lane nila. May spasyo pang pwedeng laruin yung VSG. Pasok pa sila sa laro na to. Nakuha nila yung first kill nila. Pero ang laki ng gold lead na hawak ng KOG against them. Papunta na nga ng lock item dito, yung Harith ng KOG.
Grabe no, parang baka nga mag-blood wings na next to kung titingnan natin. Pero si Kaizen pagulong-gulong, si Boro ay nag-aabang lamang, nabangga. Itong si Carby. Ay, napaka-update! Oh my goodness! Si Kaizen pa lang yun, pero si Kung Eagle ay gagamitin. Napatay na si Mark TZ. 2 na kagalang napatumba dito ni Zed. Atras muna si JM. Kaya lang hindi na ata niya mapipigilan pa ang pagsugod dito ng KOG. 3v5 ang magiging senaryo. Pagdating sa numero ay sobrang laki ng laman ng KOG. May mga wave pa mga paparating sa top, mid, and bottom. Nalipag ng Examine Force. Unti-unti na ata mo nang uubusin dito ng KOG. Ang larong ito ay mapupunta sa kanila. Wow!
Grabe. And KOG, King of Gamers from Thailand, securing a victory against EECA. Ang kababayan nating si Kaizen at si Payen ang nanaig ngayong gabing ito with Thailand MSL representatives na nagpakitang gilas with a somewhat perfect game kontra dito sa VSL ng EECA. Mukhang maraming kailangan balikan sila Mark TZ at Lord JM mula sa laro na iyon na napakahirap ng kanilang pinagdaanan mula sa Matilda and Baksha pick na nakita natin mula dito sa King of Gamers. Parang malayo na atang makahawak ng Matilda dito ang side ng KOG matapos ng laro na iyon.
Well, masasabi ko na napaka-husay nilang laruin yung ganitong klaseng atake. I believe Kaizen naman din no, na experience na rin naman niya yung ganitong klaseng laro. No, naabutan niya rin yung meta ng mga Matilda kaya sobrang komportable siya maglaro. Parang sa loob ng ganong klaseng meta. And nakita natin na sobrang komportable din maski yung mga kasama niya no, na ang gaganda ng mga setup ng bangga dito ni Kaizen. Tapos may mga follow-up palagi. Even yung mid lane na nila Lagord ay napakaganda rin ng mga paglinya na no, and hindi makatagal itong si Mark TZ doon sa kanyang gosh no. Grabe, sobrang hindi ko ina-expect na ganitong ka-dominating ito magiging laro nito. In-expect ko kasi medyo dikit pero wala, grabe itong larong to. King of Gamers talagang aabangan sa pagpapatuloy ng wildcard natin.
Maaga pa lang no, nabigyan na agad si Mark TZ and yun talaga yung sinyales na kung yung main tank mo ay maaga pa lang ay nabigyan na, wala talagang kayang humarap. And I feel like this is also one of the reasons why Gord is top tier when it comes to a tank jungle meta. Kitang-kita na rin natin yan nung season 17 ng ating MPL kung saan ang dami ding mga gumagamit ng Gord. And so far yan na po ang ating third match. 3 mabibilis na laro ang ating natunghayan ngayong araw na ito. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin po ang aksyon. Wala pa po tayo sa halfway point ng ating gabi. Kami ang inyong nakasama. Uwami pa rin with Purito. Huwag kayong mag-alala. Magbabalik ang MSC at Esports World Cup 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Magandang gabi sa lahat ng sumusubaybay sa Filipino broadcast ng MSC at Esports World Cup 2026. Kaming dalawa pa rin ang makakasama nyo ngayong gabi na to. Uomi with Burrito para ihatid sa inyo ang aksyon. Narito na po tayo sa pang-apat nating match kung saan ang tatlong matches na napanood natin ay napakabilis. Parang napadaan lang, Burits.
Oo nga eh. Ayan, napakabilis din. Speaking of mabilis, kasi drafting phase na kagad tayo. Bakbakan na tapatan ng Sunset Ravens at ng Team Falcons. Debut match ngayon ng Team Falcons and Sunset Ravens naman ay nakapaglaro na kanina. Pero sa kasamaang palad ay natalo po sila against The Hunts Esports. At mahirap-hirap ito kasi kailangan nilang ipanalo itong laban na to against sa tournament favorite or wildcard favorite na Team Falcons.
Oo. At kung naaalala nyo, ang nangyari sa Grand Finals ng MPL MENA ay 7 games, full 7, kung saan ng opinion ng madla ay kaya lang daw natalo ang Team Falcons doon ay syempre opinion to ng madla. Ay para bang may minaliit daw, kumbaga, yung naging kalaban nila na GK. Kaya naman ngayon ay nasa wildcard sila. Pero in terms of strength, in terms of yung lakas ng team na to, ay masasabi nating champion quality talaga ito ng MPL MENA. And for the longest time, sila talaga ang nagkakampyon sa MPL MENA. Kaya naman malaking challenge ito para sa Sunset Ravens na nahirapan ding manalo kanina. Now on the blue side, ang daming open na pwedeng kunin dito. The Fovius potentially could be open for the first time dito sa loob ng ating wildcards.
Magkukuha ba ng Akai dito ang SNR? Kasi kung kukuha sila ay ito na sana ang tsansa dahil walang Valentina. Pero hindi, baka siya ang kanilang pipiliin. Nako, Boyet, alam natin kilalang kilala si Boyet sa mga utility jungles. At dahil meta na muli ang utility jungles, makakakita tayo ng masterclass pagdating sa utility meta. And tingnan natin kung ito ba ay pipiliin nila. Total, may backsya na rin naman yung kabila. Pwede na sila mag-gourd dito. O kaya ihuli na lang, i-third pick na lang yung utility if in case, di ba?
Oo. Ang dami pa nilang pwedeng kunin ng mas maaga dito. Pwede nga silang kumuha agad ng gourd kasabay na rin ang kanilang roamer. Looks like they're gonna go for the Atlas this time around. Pero Claude muna ang kanilang kukunin ng napakaaga. Para naman ay meron na agad silang late game advantage at pangtunaw na rin dito sa backsya na to potentially. Pero sagot ng Sunset Ravens ay early game marksman with a Bruno. Tandaan natin dahil nagbago na ang Berserker's Fury, nagbibigay na ito ng true damage sa mga critical, ay mas sumakit ang Bruno ngayon.
Pero ang mahirap dito kasi dalawang papasok na hero itong kanyang kakaharapin. Though dalawang hero pa lang naman yan. Hindi pa natin sure. Baka mamaya may Fred rin pang kasunod yan. So mapapili siya dito kung mag-flicker ba siya or Purify. Pero Zetya naman ang papartneran. So may global presence na sila na aasahan dito. Pero may kabitinan pagdating sa damage tong tatlo na to. Kung susumahin natin, Bruno pa lang ang makatikati dito lalo sa early game.
Oo. And ipapares dito ng side naman ng Team Falcons would be an Eve sa mid lane pangontra dito sa isang Zetyan. I would say skill matchup pa rin naman ito. Depende kung sino nga mauuna at magiging mas maganda ang batuhan ng skill. But frankly speaking, para sa akin, mas maganda pa rin ang Eve in terms of long-term battles. Pag tumagal at nakapag-spam ng mga abilidad ng isang Eve, ay napakalagkit, napakahirap talagang labanan ito. Especially if you're running a Bruno na alam naman nating tinitipid niya yung dash niya for potentially I would say a good stun sa mga humaharap sa kanya. Wala pang jungler ang side ng Team Falcons. Pwedeng magtanggal ang side ng Sunset Ravens dito ng options such as a Fredrin or even Assassins kung sakaling pupunta sa ruta na yon si Boyet.
Oo nga may Akai pa nga na possible option dito, no? Na pwede rin tingnan ng Sunset Ravens. Fredrin muna ang kanilang uunahin. Siguro final ban na ito. Pero tama kailangan na nila magtanggal ng mga XP laners na may damage. Sora, I believe, ay maganda para sa kupunan ng SNR. So pwede nilang alisin at tanggalin ito. Ngayon ay inalis na rin itong Arlot. So, para sa utility jungle, feeling ko Akai ang kanilang aalisin. Kung iisipin nila at papakomplikahin nila yung sitwasyon, pwede sila mag-assassin. Pero kailangan nilang harapin yung consequences. Merong Akai, actually, ang Falcons.
Wow. Binigay ng side ng Sunset Ravens ang Akai dito para kay Boyet. Depende na lang kung gagamitin ba ito ni Boyet o hahanap pa siya ng iba. Pero kung papapiliin, if your Team Falcons, kunin nyo na ang Akai na ito dahil napakahirap din labanan para sa Zetyan at Bruno yung Akai na iipited sila. Yung Zetyan may passive yan for sure, pero minsan lang naman yun magpoprok. Napakalakas pa rin nun. Lapu-lapu ang kukunin muna ng Team Falcons for their XP lane. Uunahan na nilang mag-pick. Nasa Sunset Ravens ang bola. Kung sakaling kukuha ba sila ng XP laner na lalaban dito in terms of damage.
Ayan, Sora. Kanina, sinabanggit natin itong Sora na to. At yun na nga ang kukunin ng SNR or ng Sunset Ravens. Final pick. Ano kanilang magiging roamer? Kanina nakakita tayo ng Grok, pero kung gusto nila medyo standard lang, mga Hilda Khalid, glue, okay. Maganda rin yung glue dito,
Oo, kahit papaano, no, at least kaya mong ilangin yung manggagaling na frontline at pati na rin yung backline. Very versatile roam pick mula dito sa side ng Sunset Ravens with that glue locked in. At para tapusin ang draft ng Team Falcons, it's going to be an Akai na mapupunta sa kamay ni Boyet. And this is something na nakita na natin at too good to pass up para sa laban na ito. And so far, looking at the draft, Burrito, I would say Team Falcons definitely had a good time. Ang ganda ng nakuha nila dito.
Sobrang balanse nung kanilang lineup na kung titingnan mo, may early game damage, may mid game na to late game na power spike pa silang aasahan, may controls din sila na manggagaling sa Akai at sa isang Atlas. So all in all, sobrang nakompleto nila lahat ng aspeto. Kumbaga kung may checklist ka na tinitingnan, lahat yan ay na-checkan talaga nila. So mahihirapan, dadaan sa hirap talaga itong Sunset Ravens. Pero okay din naman yung naging lineup nila dito, no? Ang hirap lang nung paglinya after nung Bangga, after nung Fury of the Phoenix. Ano yung mga magiging next? Yan ang mga magiging katanungan na magkakaroon at matutugunan sa pagpasok ng larong to.
Makikita na rin natin ang sagot, no, sa tanong. And to be fair, no, yung damage naman nila ay kahit papano ay karespe-respeto para sa Sunset Ravens by early to the mid game dahil matataas yung base damage ratios na meron yung abilidad ng kanilang mga hero. Pero pagdating sa late game, doon ako medyo napapaisip, Burrito. Pakiramdam ko kapag umabot na ng ultra late game, dito na talaga magsha-shine yung Team Falcons, yung balance na meron sila, yung scaling na nanggagaling dito kay Sano. That's an early flicker, however, na magagamit ni Troll. Kailangan talagang makuha ng SNR yung early to mid nila para makapalag sila sa laban na to.
Oo, lalo meron din naman Sora na asahan dito, di ba? Pero this time, ay kamuntigan pang mapatay itong si Coffin. Buti na lang ay nagamit yung kanyang flicker. At nakaiwas din sa plano ng SNR habang tuloy-tuloy lamang ating mga jungles na kumukuha at nagnanakaw ng kanya-kanya mga farms sa magkabilang side, pero natuluyan na. Itong si Popopon, sila pa ang naunahan at makakapatid din si SK ng isa at si Coffin ang kanyang malalatagan. Si Troll nagre-recall pa dun sa gilid, parang mali yata ang kanyang ginawa. Buti na lang siya ay makakatakas din. 1-for-1 lang ang magiging palitan.
Akala ko nga lugi na dun yung yung Team Falco, ay yung SNR after nila first blood. Pero kahit papaano ay nakakuha pa rin naman ng trade si Iska without burning the flicker as well. Malaking bagay yun, no? Walang na-burn na mga flickers para sa Sunset Ravens after that 1-for-1 trade. Meanwhile, para sa Team Falcons dito sa pinakaunang bagong ay kulang sila ng 2 flicker sa 2 role na napaka-importante when it comes to controlling that river area. Babanggayin nata si Troll dito. Nice stun nagbumula sa glue. Here comes the follow-up with the Fury of the Phoenix. At mababatuan ng gulong. That's going to be a kill para sa Sunset Ravens. At Team Falcons ngayon ang kailangan sumubok para sa turtle na ito.
Oo, ang ganda lang linya din dun sa Fury of the Phoenix Tingnan natin, level 4 naman si Boyet. Siya ay lalapit. Soft reset ang gagawin dito SNR. Mababangga ito mula kay Trap. Kakalahatiin nila si Boyet. Heavy spin ay ma-force na rin kagad. At si MSC ay may ipit. Makakuha naman ang kill dito ang Falcons. Second kill para sa kanilang kupunan. River manipulation. Iiwas na nila to. Alam nila na walang heavy spin. Pero ang baba ng buhay ni SK. Pero siya ay makakataas din naman. Nakuha ni Trap. Hindi, si Boyet ang nakakuha with the steal. At si Trap ngayon ay mapapatay din. Oh my goodness, akala natin lugi na si Boyet pero nakuha pa rin niya yung kanyang nais.
Oo, kalmado lang si Boyet sa sitwasyon na yun. Sa totoo lang, no, parang kung if you're an Akai na 100, 150 na lang buhay mo, tas nasa mukha mo yung isang Z yan, medyo mapapaisip ka na kung mag-out ka ba. Pero kalmado lang, inisip niya magkaka-shield siya, retribution, magkakaroon ng shield mula dito sa pagong. And eventually, naipit pa nga niya ang isa sa mga targets dito ng side ng Team Falcons na si MSC. At nakakuha pa sila ng additional na kill. That was just better decision making na nagmumula dito sa Team Falcons para sa turtle fight na yun.
Yeah, dito natin makikita no yung veterancy din ng mga players ng Falcons at yung experience din na dala-dala ng bawat isa sa kanila. Tingnan natin kasi iipitin din nila at nagamit pa yung Fatal Links. Ikatlong pagkakataon na mamamatay itong si Popopopon. Oh my goodness, parang hindi ito ata yung glue game na gusto nating makita from SNR eh.
Oo. And I think ang makikita kasi natin dito, dapat lamang ang Sunset Ravens sa face ng laro na to. You're playing with a Bruno and a Glue. Kadalasan kapag nakakita tayo ng Glue, grabe talaga yung presence niyan sa early game. Pero ang ginawa kasi ng Team Falcons dito ay agad-agad nilang binibigyan yung Glue. Hindi nila iniisip kung madami ba silang resources na mababato sa pagpatay ng Glue na ito. Mahalaga ay yung early game hero na mayroon dito ang SNR ay nasa-shutdown din ng maaga. Paparating na yung pangalawang pagong ng larong ito. Team Falcons, kanina hindi sila lamang sa first turtle pero sila pa rin ang nakakuha and this time baliktad na yung kwento.
Oo, sila na may hawak. Si Trap pala. Oh, wait lang. Mamaya natin pag-usapan niya kasi nagamit yung Fear of the Phoenix. Si Troll ay napagamit na rin ng kanyang Fatal Link. So alam nila na medyo kulang ang kanilang aasahan dito na crowd control pero meron pa rin namang heavy spin. Itong si Boyet, naka-front lang dito ang dalawang miyembro mula si Falcons. Nagamit na rin kagad yung Bravest Fighter. Ngayon, mahuhuli yung dalawa. Flicker na force na rin. And this time ay maiipit ata si Popopon. Buti na lang merong Cyclone Eye para siya'y makatakas ng tuluyan sa ano versus Muy Minette. Pero sa gilid na bahagi naman ay may naganap muli. SK mamamatay sa kamay ni Coffin. Heavy spin ay nagamit din si Popopon. 4 times siyang makikitil. Tuloy-tuloy ang pagbulusok ng Falcons sa larong to.
Alam mong masama na pare kapag yung rotation ng kalaban dumadaan na sa jungle mo para i-dive yung mid lane. Yun yung ibig sabihin, alam ng Falcons na kaya nilang mag-survive sa isang long battle under that turret and potentially just displace yung mga miyembro ng Sunset Ravens dito. Yan din naman kasi talaga yung kalakasan no, ng isang Akai. Medyo matitamaan si Sano dito pero may kuya naman. Nariyan na yung kuya, Blazing Duet na gamit na rin pero mukhang hindi na nila lalabanan pa. Masyadong delikado kung ipipilit pa nila si Muy Minute ay makikita niya lamang magre-recall dito ang Team Falcons pero mukhang hihilain na nila si Trap. Papasok doon sa torre, mababawasan ng bahagya pero si Boyet hindi pa nga ginagamit ng heavy spin, pinagsasampal-sampal ng si Trap at babagsak na nga yung jungler ng SNR.
Grabe yung skill management dito ng Falcons no. Parang natansya ni Boyet na hindi ko na kailangan gamitin yung aking heavy spin. If in case na lang na may humabol pa mula sa Sunset Raven, tsaka ako na lang ito bibitawan. Ganyan niya kakalkulado yung mga kaganapan doon kasi nakita niya si Sano naka-flying clouds papunta din sa kanya. Pero sa kabilang panig, may 1v1 na nagaganap dito si Mexi at itong si Sanji. Ngayon, medyo pinahihirapan na ng Falcons ng SNR at lumobo na rin ng 3.5 ang kanilang gold lead at patungo na muli ang Falcons sa ikatlo at huling pagong ng larong to.
At yun naman talaga yung gustong-gustong makuha ng Team Falcons, no? Yung early game control na dapat ay nasa kamay ng Sunset Ravens. At ngayon medyo wala na yung window na hinahanap ng Sunset Ravens. Kailangan na nilang patagalin itong laro na to and that's technically, yung gusto din ng Team Falcons dahil naka-cloud sila. I think if we're gonna be able to look at the items, siguro ang pinaka pwede na ng asahan dito if you're Sunset Raven ay yung pagkuha dito ng Berserker's Fury, Haas plus a Malefic Gun ni Moy Minet. Siguro kapag nakuha na niya yung 3-item power spike, doon tayo pwedeng makakita ng mga laban na potentially makukuha ng Sunset Ravens.
Hirap na hirap po. Maski si Popopopon hindi na rin niya kayang saluhin yung damage dito kay Coffin. Pero may bibigyan natin. Si Trap, naku, Norman, napakahapdi na ni Sano. Heavy spin na nagamit. Dalawa na ipit niya! Si Popopon at itong si Trap. Pero pumasok na ni si Sanji. Nagamit yung Bravest Fighter. Makakataka si Muy Minet. Pero magkakaroon ng mga kaganapan. Pare, na ang hirap ng naging kalagayan dito ng SNR. Nakita mo ba yun? Dalawa yung naipit niya. Naipit niya yung glue, tas yung isa pa dun sa magkabilang pader.
Oo. Parang dalawang pader, may butas pa sa gitna, pero nahanapan ng angulo ni Boyet na dalawa yung maiipit niya, and that worked out really well para dito sa side ng Team Falcons na mukhang magandang gising ngayong araw na ito, no? Even si Troll ay naging maganda ang kanyang gameplay sa Atlas na ito na hindi na nagdadalawang isip na bigyan kung sinong kailangan bigyan.
Yeah, ramdam natin, no? Hindi yung skill gap yung experience gap talaga sa dalawang kupunan na ito. Yeah, tanggapin na natin, medyo bago-bago lang pa rin ang Japanese team na ito, no? Even yung mga players nila sa eksena, at itong mga to matatagal na, no? Si Boyet ay naging parte pa nga rin ng isa sa mga dominating na amateur teams sa Pilipinas, 'di ba? No mga panahon ng Minana Evos pa. Actually, ano pa sila noon? Basta nakalimutan ko yung team nila noon. Cerebrum pa sila ng mga panahon na yun. So talagang ang haba na ng pinagdaanan ni Boyet kasama ng kanya mga kakampi dito. Parang doon pa lang sa mga decision making, nalulugi na sila eh.
Oo. Tsaka makikita natin, no, yung experience ni Boyet na nakuha niya sa Pilipinas, yung pag-adjust niya sa MENA region. Ilang taon na rin na kasama ng Team Falcons dito si Boyet, isa sa mga long-standing na Filipino import sa loob ng MENA. May mga nakikita tayo na sumusubok, pero
pailan-ilan.
I would say si Boyet talaga yung tumagal sa MPL MENA. At nakita natin na pati yung mga kakampi niya ay para bang nasasanay na rin sa laruan na pinapakita niya. And malayo-layo na ang narating nito dahil kung babalikan natin 2 to 3 years ago, dito sila Troll, sila Coffin. Ito rin yung mga nakikita natin na talagang nagre-represent ng Middle East. At ngayon ay ganito na yung level ng MLBB nila. Malayo na. Kung ipapakita mo sa akin yung MLBB ng MENA during M3 compared to this, maninibago ka talaga. Mabibigla ka sa changes na nangyari.
Ibang-iba nga talaga no? And sa tulong din yan, of course, ng ating mga Filipino players. Of course, sa mga hindi nakakaalam, ay Pinoy din po ang kanilang coach na si Coach Pawi Byrne. No? So talagang gumanda at naging maayos yung kanilang sistema diyan sa MENA. Kasi dumating yung mga panahon na hindi naman super kinikilala pa yung MENA region pagdating sa mga teams, no, sa MLBB. And nagsimula ito nung nagpasukan na ang mga Filipino coaches natin, and ramdam ng MENA yung paglakas talaga. At marami nagsasabi actually na nagulat sila na nandito sa wildcard itong Team Falcons dahil itong 5 player na nakikita natin, MSC, EWC, M-Series, lahat ng mga international tournaments, maaari makita mo mga pangalan yun eh.
Oo. Tsaka pumapalag sila, hindi sila yung parang napupunta sa main stage tapos binabarag lang. May mga games na makikita natin na talagang kaya nilang manalo against top teams around the world. And ngayon na nilagay sila sa wildcard, feeling ko hindi lang naman yung fans ng Team Falcons yung na-bad trip na kailangan nilang dumaan sa wildcard para makapasok sa main stage. Kung hindi yung mga wildcard teams na rin mismo. Unang tanong, bakit nandito tong mga to?
Oo nga, no. Maski for sure nagulat din itong mga nasa wildcard, no. Siguro sila, yung King of Gamers, no, parang excited sila kasi kapag kung sino mag-champion dito sa MSL Thailand, papasok na sa wildcard, ganun. Nagulat sila, may Falcons na harang doon sa kanilang plano. Ganun din siguro yung VSG or even yung Mekong region natin, Nightmare Esports, na I believe tomorrow ay makikita at mapapanood din natin. Isipin mo yun, di ba, parang ito yung klase at kalibre ng laruan na magugulat ka na nakalista dito sa wildcard. Pero sinasabi naman ng Falcons, sige, ilalaban namin to, dadaanin namin to ng malinis. At nakikita natin na malinis so far ang nagiging laro nila.
Oo, at kailangan talaga nila maging malinis dito at disiplinado. Babalikan natin yung grand finals talaga ng MPL MENA. Doon mo mararamdaman na sa ibang level yung confidence sila. Kumbaga yung meron kasing saktong level lang ng confidence na masaya ka malakas ka. Pero kapag lumagpas ka na sa level na yun yung minsan delikado na. And I think yung casters na, tropa nating casters sa MPL MENA, Tunis, sino nga ulit yung isa? Basta si Yunes saka yung mga ibang casters doon sa MPL MENA, sila na rin mismo yung nagsabi sa atin na parang naramdaman nga daw nila talaga na sumobra yung confidence na meron Team Falcons and they have to pay the price for it. This is the price for it na kailangan nilang dumaan in the wildcard to once again prove themselves at samahan ang kanilang kapwa MPL MENA representative na GK Esports na nasa loob na ng main stage ngayon.
Medyo mahirap lang dyan, nakakapagod talaga yung dadaanan mo and hindi rin naman guaranteed na pagka dumaan ka dito sa wildcard ay makakalusot ka kagad kasi marami pang mga harang. May King of Gamers Club pa, andyan pa yung VSG, even Alpha 7 Esports, di ba? Sila Nats, sila Zia, sila Best Player 1. May mga harang pa dyan na talagang kailangan daanan ng Team Falcons. Hindi sa sinasabi namin or giniglaze namin itong Team Falcons, no? Pero gets nyo naman na siguro kasi na contender team na to at some point nga nabansagan din at na-branding din to at nailagay din sa mga dark horse na category, 'di ba, pagdating sa mga MSC series di ba?
Yun din kasi pagka MPL MENA ang usapan, usually Team Falcons ang nag-judge. Yung championship ng GK Esports this last season ng MPL MENA ay actually kauna-unahang championship ng GK sa MPL na after years of being inside the league. Kaya naman malaking shock din talaga para sa mga tao doon sa MPL MENA na ganun yung naging ending ng kanilang best of 7 series doon. And fair no, kitang-kita din na mukhang natuto na rin sa pagkakamali ng Team Falcons sa mga laro nila dito. So, sinusubukan, nakakaiba, nilalaro nila, and nilalamangan nila kung saan sila pwede manggulang. Yun yung talagang marka ng isa sa mga veteranong teams talaga, yung alam nila kung kailan pwede manggulang at kailan dapat hindi.
Kumbaga sa basketball, yung mga tinutuong na yung siko, nangahawak na ng jersey, ganyan na ang galawan ng Team Falcons. Kaya nga naman masusubok talaga ang Sunset Ravens sa larong ito. Gusto ko lang i-remind ang lahat, and of course, Sunset Raven ay natalo na kaninang nung unang laban or unang match nila dito, kaya hindi nila maaatimpa na matalo muli against Team Falcons, kasi if ever na gano'n na mangyayari, ibababa yung kanilang tsansa na maka-advance pa doon sa mga susunod na rounds natin dito sa wildcard.
At tutuusin, para sa mga kakatutok pa lang po ng ating stream dito sa Filipino Broadcast, ang itsura po ng ating group stage ngayon ay may 10 teams na 2 groups ang ating tinitignan. So meron po tayong Group A at meron din po tayong Group B. Sa Group B, kung nagtataka po kayo kung bakit walang isa, kulang sila ng isa, yan po ay dahil hindi makakalaro ang Verso na marami nag-aabang, and unfortunately ay hindi po natin sila mapapanood, which means na may puntos na ang bawat team sa loob ng Team B. Sa susunod na stage ng group stage, tinatawag na itong gauntlet stage, kung saan ang top 1 ng Group A at Group B ay ligtas na dito. So maka second and third ka lang ay masaya ka na. Kumbaga, as long as yung second to fourth placer teams ay makakalaro na sa gauntlet stage, ang ayaw mo lang dito sa group stage ay mapunta ka na sa 5th place at bababa. Kung nasa 5th place ka na, goodbye.
Oo. Kasi lahat naman to, itong 4 na teams naman na to, nakabilang doon sa kanilang bracket, doon sa Group B, ay lulusot naman. No, yung number 1 nga lang ay aangat na kagad doon sa
Exempted na.
ating exempted na parang doon na sa playoffs mismo ng wild card. Tapos yung 3 ay maghaharap-harap. Yung number 2 ay aabang doon sa round number 2. Yung 3 and 4 naman ay maghaharap at magbabalagbaga doon sa round number 1 ng ating gauntlet. Basta pagka explain namin sa inyo pag lumabas na rin yung explainer, pero sa madaling salita, kailangan lang makalusot yung 4. So technically 4 na to, lusot na pala to para sa next na gauntlet natin, ano?
Kaya nga ang saya nga if you're watching Group B, dahil eliminated na ang Verso time, dahil nga sa unfortunate circumstances na naganap, ay lumpas na ang pinaglalabanan na lang talaga dito ng wildcard Group B ay kung sino yung ma-exempt sa gauntlet stage at kung sino yung makakakuha ng mas magandang seeding. Kasi nga magkakaroon tayo ng palitan, 'di ba? Yung mga second to fourth placers natin sa gauntlet stage ay magpapalitan sila. Ang mga makakalaban nila yung mga third and fourth place ng magkabilang group. So, importante din kung saan ka malalagay dahil malas mo naman kung sakaling ikaw yung pinakamahina sa group na to at kakalabanin mo yung natitirang malakas doon sa kabila. So, rewarded pa rin na manalo ka. At ayaw mo na kahit nakalusot ka na technically sa group stage ay magbigay ng laro. Kailangan talaga as much as possible manalo ka lang ng manalo para rekta ka na ng elimination stage.
Oo. Tsaka momentum din kasi yun pag nanalo ka ng nanalo 'di ba? Parang madadala mo yun sa mga next na mga matches nyo. So habang inaantay natin to, alam mo, excited ako na nakikita ko kasi yung mga next na match natin Di pa natin nasasaksihan actually yung ibang mga teams dito like yung Nightmare Esports, yung Alpha 7 Esports. And yung dalawa na yun kasi balita ko ay makikita rin naman natin siya. Pero hindi na ata tayo kasama nun mamaya pag nakita natin itong mga to. Dami nag-aabang kasi Nightmare Esports, nakita natin ng Asian Games qualifiers maganda rin ang kanilang ipinakita. Mahusay-husay din talaga itong representative for Mekong. Alpha 7 Esports pre, naging emotional yung kanilang kampanya doon sa MCT Amer Season 1 pre. Alam mo kapag ito gusto ko sa sa NACT or sa MCT laging may drama di ba?
Oo. Alam mo, sa totoo lang, entertaining manood ng NACT. Hindi dahil kumbaga tuloy-tuloy yung action nila o ang daming mga team fight. Kasama na yun. Nakakaaliw manood ng suntukan talaga. Pero yung mga salitaan pagtapos, para akong nanonood ng telenovela, pare. Oo, at syempre wala namang personalan yung mga ganun, 'di ba? Basta nananatili lang sa loob ng laro, okay lang 'yan, 'di ba? At syempre walang walang trash talkan na mga masasamang salita, yung mga dapat i-apply nyo rin 'yan sa mga RG nyo. Wag kayong magsasalita ng mga kabalastugan. Kapag lumabas yung mga masasamang word,
baby, your words
mag-sorry ka kaagad. Diba?
Yan, tama.
Baby, your words po.
Baby, your words po, Tsaka excited sila kasi nandiyan si Nats I mean, tagal din nating hindi nakita si Nats sa eksena, di ba? Alam natin na nagpahinga after nung napakagandang stint ng RSG sa Pilipinas, di ba? At medyo na nahimik itong si Nats ngayon. 'Di ba? Cloud9, 'di ba? Sumubok din itong si Nats at ngayon ay makikita muli natin. Excited tayo para diyan. And basta may Pinoy pre, no? Talagang excited tayo na makita. Like for example, this one, Team Falcons, no? Si Boyet, talagang ramdam natin at alam natin na alam mo yung parang pag nakikita natin yung Pinoy, uy, Philippines. Uy, Philippines.
Oo nga Tsaka hindi ko alam kung napapansin mo rin ang ating referee ay Pilipino din ata.
Oo nga. Oo nga, no, shoutout pala.
Siyempre pag MLBB, di ba? Kailangan talaga kapwa Pilipino natin ang ating mga mga referee. And so
Yun.
far, mukhang magbabalik na po tayo sa loob ng ating game number 4 ng gabing ito, kung saan ang Sunset Ravens ay lugi pa rin ng 5,000 kontra Team Falcons ng MENA. Naghahanap pa rin ng paraan na makapuntos dito ang Japan.
Okay, pare, gusto ko lang sabihin na si Boyet may mga experimentation siya na ginagawa dito, fleeting time, para sa isang akay. Hindi ko alam kung nakikita mo na to, Umi, pero first time ko lang nakita ng ganito,
First time ko din lang makita, pero sa nakikita natin na ginagawa ng side ng Team Falcons sa tuloy-tuloy yung laban, ay pakiramdam ko sulit naman siguro. Para sa akin kasi the moment na ma-trigger mo yung effect ng teka lang ang sakit na nun. Ito na yun pare. Yung bintana na hinahanap ng side ng Team SNR na kaya nang pumalag ng Bruno. Naka 3 items na si Idol.
Oo, mahapdi na rin talaga. Heavy spin na nagamit, pero abot naman niya si Moyminet. Hindi na i-force dito ng Falcons. May ipit ba itong si Troll? Pipigilan niya muna ang kanyang gigil, pero nandun yung ultimate at dalawang nakahuli doon kasabay pa nga ng River Manipulation. Fear of the Phoenix mula dito kay Sky, nagamit din naman niya, pero makakapatid si Coffin. Sanji as well, takbo na din si Mexi, nagamit na rin niya kanyang flicker, pero aabulin pa rin si Moyminet habang si Sky sa may gilid. Tamang poke lamang, makakadalawa siya, pero namatay yung main damage dealer dito ng SNR. Heavy spin na naman, kaka-heavy spin lang nito, yung pala yung dulot noon, fleeting time para sa isang akay, talagang nagdulot ng kahirapan para dito sa SNR.
ROI na agad pare. The moment na dahil nagawa niya yung play na yon, ROI na agad. Yung fleeting time na yon, rekta na rin para sa Lord. Pwede nang magtayo ng pangalawang branch dito si Boyet. Sa laki ng in-ROI ng fleeting time na yon sa akay na ito. And for Team Falcons, mukhang ipagpapatuloy nila ang pag-push dito, and kahit pa sabihin natin na bumabakat na ang mga bola dito ni Moyminet sa mukha ni Sano, ay pwede namang iwasan yan at maya-maya lamang ay panigurado magkakaroon na to ng Wind of Nature o kaya mas malala, Winter's Crown.
Oo, yan na naman kung sila nagamit kasabay nung ultimate mula dito kay Troll. Godlike na si Coffin, wala talaga makaawat. Trap ay halos nangalahati yung kanyang HP sa mga normal hits dito ni Sano. May Lord pa nga na tangan-tangan dito sa ibabang bahagi ng Falcons MENA. Si Trap, pari ko nararamdaman na talaga niya, napakahapdi ng mga hits dito ni Sano. Yung mga balay, hindi na niya kayang saluhin pa. At may Lord na kasama ang Falcons sa baba.
At ang sakit talaga sa ulo, no? Kung si Dexter nga, masakit na. Paano pa kaya yung mga susunod pa? Papasok na rin dito si Ponpopon, pero mukhang maiipit na naman. Killing spree para dito kay Boyet at ipapasok pa nga nila. Si Moyminet ay makakabili lamang ng oras, pero si Mexi ang susunod na mawawala. Dedepensa pa ang SNR. Papasok si Troll. Blazing Duet, makakakuha ata ng isa, pero si Sano ang mapapalo sa engage na yun.
Oh my goodness, atras bigla ang Falcons. Siya lang ang naging kabayaran, pero sulit na sulit yun. Napakataas din ang kill score pare. Falcons MENA 18 kills para sa kanilang kupunan. At talagang inaagaw na ni Boyet. Alam mo, nag-wonder ako anong pa mga next items dito ni Boyet right after nung pagpili niya doon sa kanyang fleeting time. Makikita natin ang goal difference, sobrang laki pare. Tinan mo 2-5 ang laki ng gap against dito kay Trap.
Oo nga may 2-5 ka ba dyan? Babalik ko lang sa katapusan. At mukhang si Trap na ata ang isusunod nila ng Team Falcons dito. Si Coffin ay bibigay lamang ng vision dito. Meron papasukin na rin ni Sanji. Lapag ang stun at mukhang e-emote na lamang nila. Ilista mo na dito si Trap pare dahil walang malakas sa tatlo. And that's going to be Coffin getting that legendary.
Tatry nila na at least kahit pa paano kumuha ng trade. Tori na lang sa may top lane ang magiging desisyon dito ng SNR. Pero hindi natin maitatanggi na unti-unti na rin sumasakit talaga itong si Moyminet, pero heavy spin ay gagamitin na rin. At Sanji nakapatay. Tuloy-tuloy ang pagbulusok ng Falcons MENA at si Kapin pre wala na makapatay.
Oo. And ito yung nakakainis when you're up against an Eve na hindi mo na nga mapatay, tapos kapag tinayuan ka pa ng real world manipulation, mauuna ka pang matunaw. Ang sting ko, natatanging sagot dito ng Sunset Ravens would be to potentially at least get a side lane turret habang naglo-lord ang side ng Team Falcons. Pero even then ay masyado na atang mabilis yung pagkuha dito ng Lord. And to be honest pare, itong nangyayari ngayon sa Akai, nakikita natin kung ano-ano na binibuild ng mga pro players natin. That says a lot about how strong this hero is. At mukhang bibigyan na nga rin nila dito si Moy Minute na wala ata sa pwesto. Kailangan na mag-out dito ng trap at mahihila pa nga doon sa loob. Si Ponpoon, nababagsak na naman si Akai with another heavy spin. And that's just 2 people down para sa Sunset Ravens. Ipagpapatuloy ng Falcons ang pagpupush nila sa base ng SNR.
Ang hirap na ito. Nasa ibaba pa naman tutubo itong Lord na ito kung sila nagamit. Pa-available na rin ata yung Fatal Ace dito ni Troll. Nag-aabang na sila pagkakataon. Meron pang heavy spin dito si Boyet. Kaya na ata nilang tapusin ito. Lalapit itong si Bexy pero may heavy spin siya! Free hit na naman dito ang Falcons men. At ready na nga silang tapusin ang magiging larong ito. Kakabuhay lang ni Muy Minute pero hindi niya mapipigilan ng paglipad ng Falcons.
And Team Falcons, matapos ang isang actually early game dominance na dapat ay hindi sa kanila mapupunta, ipinagpatuloy lamang nila ang kanilang malinis na laro all the way to securing their win against Japan. At ngayon para sa Japan, 0-2 ang kanilang standing dito sa ating wildcard. Medyo lumalabo na ang kanilang paningin sa patungo doon sa ating gauntlet stage. Kailangan na talaga nilang makaisa at least 1 win para hindi maging 5th placer ng Group A. And this is a very hard task dahil hindi basta-basta ang mga makakalaban nila sa torneyong ito. And para naman sa Team Falcons, magandang panimula. This is actually a good showing para sa Team Falcons.
Yeah, ang ganda talaga nito at pinatunayan ng Team Falcons no na sila ang top dogs dito sa grupo nila, dito sa Group B. Men, napaka-linis din ang naipinamalas ng Team Falcons dito sa larong to. Alam mo yun, and napakaraming experimentation na ginagawa na talaga sa Akai. Tama ka dun kung ano na binibuild dito sa Akai na to. Kumbaga, siya na ang nagiging guinea pig na panda. Guinea panda, sige. Ng lahat.
Imagine mo, ibig sabihin, ganun kalakas yung mga numero ni Akai ngayon. Kahit anong i-build mo, may kwenta siya. Fleeting time, check. Endless battle, check. Malefic roar, pwede rin. Ikaw bahala kung anong pwede mong isampal sa Akai. And sa tingin ko, kailangan balansehin to bago mag-start yung main stage. If I'm being honest, napakalakas lang talaga ng hero na to ngayon. And it's insane to me na pwede kang mag-build ng kahit ano at gagana pa rin siya. Ang kailangan mo lang talagang ikunin ng tama yung first 2 items. After ng 2 items, pre, bahala ka na. Anong gusto mong bilhin? Sige, bilhin mo. Winter's Crown, third item, pwede, gagana yan. Walang magsasabi sa'yo na bawal yan, di ba?
Di ba? Pwede na talaga. Tama ka eh. Mahirap talaga kalaban ng isang Akai. And dito natin nakikita kung gaano ka-flexible talaga itong hero na to. I think, lalo na pag tumagal pa tong wildcard na to or even doon sa group stage, lalo nilang maiintindihan na napakahirap na ng Akai. Baka maperma ba na to sa red side? So, parang ito na ata ang kahinat na nitong Akai na to sa mga susunod na araw. Pero sa ngayon, hanggat nakakalusot, ipik lang natin ang ipik.
Oo. And hindi na magbabago yan para sa mga susunod nating mga laro din. And meron pa po tayong 6 na serye na mapapanood ngayong gabi. Pang-4 pa lamang itong napanood natin, bagamat napakabilis tumakbo ng ating mga laro dito. For sure, yung mga susunod nating laro ay hindi tayo mabibigo dahil napakaganda ng mga naging laro natin. Kahit ba sabihin nating one-sided, na titikman natin, kumbaga, ang flavor ng MLBB ng bawat rehiyon na parte ng wildcard.
Ngayon, mas excited nga ako sa mga magaganap niyan mamaya no?
Oo, ito na nga. Kakatapos lang po ng ating pang-4 na laro. May 6 pang serye na mapapanood ngayong gabi. Kami ang inyong nakasama. Uwami pa rin with Burrito. Huwag kayong mag-aalala. Magbabalik ang MSC at EWC 2026.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Diba?
Paalam na
agad, ano lang, trial card lang sa Paris, ganun. Pero, hindi naman, syempre, magiging ganun ang kaso. Fortunately, maglalaban pa sila or lalaban pa sila doon sa gauntlet format. Pero, yun nabanggit nga na isa sa mga teams ni Joshi Cakes kanina na Victory Song Gamers ay, unfortunately, hindi natin masyadong mahagilap talaga ng todo. Kasi sa ngayon, ay magiging problema kapag nalagay ka dun sa 5th place mismo because that makes it so complicated if you're here.
Kasi auto-eliminated na kapag ikaw ay 5th place sa iyong group and 1 to 4 lang yung mag-a-advance. If I'm not mistaken, yung top 1 ng bawat groups ay dediretso na agad ng semifinals. Yun yung nagkakamali. Tapos yung number 2 naman, bawat group ay mag-aabang sa 3 and 4 na maglalaban-laban dun sa tinatawag nilang cross-bracket stage.
Sa mga bagay na i-expect mo talaga yung kalaban. Tapos kung paano sa kung paano yung magiging galaw niya at kung yung gagawin ng mga so yun naman hindi kasi yan talaga nangyayari talaga yan every now and then.
Oo, yun yung mahirap. Kailangan alam mo at aware ka sa mga nangyayari. So if you're part of this wildcard stages, malamang sa malamang ay simula kanina nakatutok ka na sa mga naglalaro na mga teams. Kasi so far, sa MLBB naman, nandun na yung Akai Meta. Nasa Akai Meta tayo ngayon. Nasa buong wildcard stage, sa buong MSC, masasabi natin na nasa Akai Meta. Agawan sa Akai, tulad nga na binabanggit nila Burrito ni Wobby kanina, na baka nga dumating sa point na ino-autoban na sa red side yung Akai na yon dahil sa sobrang lakas, sa sobrang OP, kumbaga, ng hero na yun ngayon.
Ng mga teams natin sa ngayon. Kasi, eto yung, kumbaga, pagbabasehan ng mga teams na nakapasok na sa group stage. Yun yung thought process na pairamdam ko pwede nila magamit in the future. Kasi sa ngayon, hindi pa naman sila lalaban. Baka nga yung iba, nandito pa sa Pilipinas, di ba? I'm talking about Team Liquid Philippines and also Team Falcons. Pero as of this moment, nakakatuwa. Kasi kahit sa wildcard pa lang, meron ng mga Filipino teams. Or should I say, walang Filipino teams, pero meron mga Filipino-blooded players. Doon ko masasabi na ganang-gana talaga ang Filipino imports and hopefully isa sa kanila kasi isa lang ang papasok unfortunately wala isa lang pero kung isa lang sana meron dugong Pinoy, sana ma-manifest natin yan.
Tsaka nandyan pa yung mga nakita natin kanina, sila Boyet na naglalaro, sila Mark TZ na nasa Victory Song Gamers ay Pinoy din sa mga magtatanong at nagtatanong na dyan. Si Mark TZ ay galing po ng MDL Philippines dito sa Pilipinas, of course. RRQ Kaito ang huling nilaroan niya dito. So, after nun ay ng ibang bansa na, nakahanap ng team sa ibang bansa. And ngayon ay playing siya under Victory Song Gamers. Kaso nga lang, natalo sila kanina nung kanilang unang game. Samantalang ang The Mongols naman, which I believe the teams na makakasama natin for this match, The Mongols and Victory Song Gamers, pareha silang galing sa talo
Oo nga. Parang yun nga ang kaso, no? Hindi ko alam kung ano bang pwedeng gawin dito ng Victory Song Gamers Kasi ito yata yung kauna-unahang beses na meron talagang legit na European representative, 'di ba? Bihira tayong mapagsabi ng ganyan. Kaya nga natin dinala dito sa Paris, 'di ba? Kahit na nasa Paris retiro tayo. Kasi, ang goal ay mas mapalawak palalo ang MLBB. Hindi lang sa buong Southeast Asia, kundi sa buong mundo. So, again, para sa lahat po ng mga nag-aantay na ating mga kaibigan, wag po kayong mag-alala. Naghihintay lang din po kami. Nagpapasalamat din kami sa Saudia.com. Make sure to discover the kingdom with Saudia because this is how we fly. Di ko alam kung dapat ko bang basahin ng ganyang paraan yan, pero wala Nabasa ko na. Maraming salamat sa Saudia. Sinakyan namin yan dati. Palo yan.
Tama, di ba? Galing na-experience natin yan at ganun tayo lumipad noon. Ngayon kasi lipad lang sa kanya-kanya nating mga pamamahay. Dito lang tayo ngayon.
Lipad lang. Sayang naman.
Lipad lang.
Kumbaga, ang pwedeng lumipad sa amin ngayon ay imagination, isip,
Yan.
'di ba? Hindi tayo mapipigilan ng lipad natin, guys. Pero sa ngayon ay napipigilan kami ng paghihintay. Dahil alam ko nagtataas siguro kayo, ano ba nangyayari? Bakit ang daming sinasabi ng mga to? Normal 'yun, guys, 'di ba? Kumbaga isipin niyo cute to pag nag-RG kayo. Tapos walang ma-accept, walang tumatanggap, 'di ba? Ganun na ganun 'yun. At sa ngayon, dito natin masasaksihan itong dalawang teams na to. Na first time history, masasabi ko na may dalawang Mongolian teams tayo sa wildcard. Bihira lang mangyari yun, pero sa ngayon, nandito tayo. At nakakatuwa, nalalaban ng isa sa kanila kontra sa European team that is also gonna be making their first representatives, or at least showing their first representatives with some familiar faces from the Philippines.
Ayan, sa mga nagtatanong din saan nanggaling ang The Mongols. The Mongols naman sila ay nag-first runner-up sa MLBB Championship Tour East Asia nitong nakaraan lang against Guangzhou Gaming. Tapos ito namang Victory Song Gamers, sila ang nanalo sa MLBB European Championship Season 2, winning 4-1 against Bors Gaming. So, laban ng nagkampiyon sa kanilang at isa namang nag-first runner-up. Ito, makikita natin yung dalawang Pinoy mula sa Victory Song Gamers, Coach Jeffrey Manforte at si Mark T sa Victory Song Gamers.
Grabe. Idol ko talaga yan si Coach Jeffrey Manforte. Yan ang isa sa mga isa sa mga coaches rather na marami nang pinatunayan pero hanggang ngayon ay may gusto pa ring patunayan. Nag-coach na sa Malaysia at ngayon magko-coach din siya sa Paris. That is the goal. 'Di ba? I feel like for Coach Jeff, these are just tons of experiences na nakuha niya together with some of his former players na ngayon ay kasama niya na naman. I'm talking about JM, 'di ba? Nagaling sa AP Bren dati, tapos sumubok sa Cambodia. Pagkasubok sa Cambodia, medyo hindi gumana. So they wanted to try out somewhere else, and fortunately para sa explainer na to, 'di ba, merong gusto na kumuha sa kanya dito sa VSG. Yung VSG ay naririnig-rinig ko lang din naman sa MWI, and I'm happy that they actually have a men's team now.
Oo. 'Di ba, nandiyan din sila Carvey, ilan sa mga nakilala na natin na international players, mga malalapit sa puso ng Pinoy kumbaga, dahil nakita natin yung performances niya all throughout sa international stage ay palo din. So ngayon, nagtataka nga ako paano sila natalo kanina doon sa laban nila diba? So parang may jitters ba ngayon na second game na? Nandun pa ba o nakabawi na at nakapag-reset na ang Victory Song Gamers? Kasi nagsisimula ng maging intense kumbaga yung standing nila Kapag ikaw na 0-3 ka dito sa Group A, ito by the way galing sa Group A itong dalawang teams na to, no? Ito kasi yung may malalaglag na na team So hindi mo gugustuhin ma-0-2 ka dito
Ayoko nun. Kahit kung ako ang VSG, pangit yun kasi isipin mo, home court mo to Kahit nasabihin natin na syempre isa sila sa mga bagong teams, sila yung isa sa mga teams na hindi masyadong makaka-experience ng jet lag. 'Di ba? Ang ibang mga squads na karamihan ay galing Asia that will be competing here, baka sakali na maranasan or ma-feel nila yung ganong klase ng ganap. So sa ngayon, VSG really needs to lock in again, na nababanggit naman natin over and over, nandiyan naman yung mga Filipino imports. Kung kailangan nila na may buhat factor, sige, kailangan, gawin na nila. But the others also have to step up. At hindi lang si Mark TZ at si JM ang sinisilip ko dito. Syempre, nandiyan din si Carvey, ang Filipino-Norwegian player ng Victory Song Gamers. Na-experience niya na dati kung ano mga ganap. At tingnan mo na lang, pre. Akala ko draft na yan hindi ba pala?
Hindi ba?
Na yan Sabi ko, meron na agad.
Wala pa. Nagpe-prepare pa lang ang ating mga teams, specifically our coaches. And nabanggit mo na rin, Coach Jeffrey Manforte, sumusunod sa yapak ng mga ano yan, mga Mr. Worldwide yan.
Yan.
Di ba? So ngayon ay nagsimula na nga. Ito na talaga ang start ng ating draft. Phoveus back siya para sa The Mongols, and for BSG naman, Pakito Atlas. So nagbago bigla yung shape ng ating meta because of what happened dun sa Asian Games qualifiers na nakita natin.
Oo. I mean, eto na yun eh. The Baksha and the Pakito has always been there. Parang kung hindi mo ipipick yan, it would either go into the banning stage at hindi na nakakagulat na ganyan ang magiging kaso. Pero isa sa mga insights siguro na nakita ko rin kanina was the Akai picked over and over again by a lot of the different teams. Hindi siya ilalagay sa banning phase whatsoever. So I should be expecting na meron silang pipiliin dito. Pero ang bilis ng intro na kinuha ng Mongols because they had this Freya for themselves.
Medyo medyo mahirap lang isipin din kasi open pa nga yung Akai. And I don't think papalampasin ni Coach Jeff yung pagkuha niya knowing na Freya din yung katapat. And alam naman natin, malakas ang Freya kapag nakakapalo siya at kapag hindi siya nakokontrol. And one of those control heroes na pwede talagang gamitin against that would be the Akai. Kasi once mapin down mo yung Freya, it's just like a normal hero. Pwede mo nang i-burst down through the hands of a Claude or even a Carry. So yun yung mga i-expect natin na kunin ng Victory Song Gamers dito.
Oo. Yun na nga. Yung Claude na introhan na. Pero hindi nila pipick upin yung Akai They went with an Eve first. I feel like this is somewhat of a curveball, hindi lang para sa The Mongols pero para rin sa atin kasi nababanggit mo nga Joshi kanina, 'di ba, na yung Akai, it would be a really solid hero kung sakaling magagamit ito ng isa sa kanila mga ng jungler ng VSG, but we're not gonna be seeing that today. Instead, itong The Mongols ang may chance na pumili nito. But, given the scenario, dahil nag-Isunshin sila, hindi ko alam kung legit na yun kasi hindi pa lumalabas talaga completely. But, there is a possibility for them to go for that hero para lang medyo lamang-lamang sila sa objectives.
And also, pwede pang i-flex na XP yung Freya, gold lane yung Isunshin, then mag-a-adjust sila depending on what the... Oh yeah, that's a gold and a Isunshin. Para sa Mongols, still the Akai is up for grabs. And binigay ulit kay Coach Jeff, sige kunin mo lang ng kunin kung gusto mong kunin. And yung binabanggit, in fact, hindi pa rin nila kinuha. It's a show para sa Victory Song Gamers.
Itong dalawang teams na to, hindi ko alam kung familiar ba sila with, using an Akai. I'm quite surprised na hindi natin siya nakikita dito sa first phase. But if looking at the first 3 picks ng parehas na teams, I would say na very apparent na yung damage dealers nitong The Mongols. Pero doon naman sa kabila, they have a bit of a setup dahil nga doon sa Way of the Dragon na bibit-bitin nitong VSG. The question in mind is yung crowd control, of course, na posibleng panggalingan dito sa The Mongols. Missing pa siya as of this moment, but they also have the vision to counter it out. So, yung ginagawa ni Coach Jeff at ng VSG ngayon ay tinatanggal nila yung mga heroes na magpapahirap talaga doon sa crowd control skills such as the Ruby and the Kalaya that are now banned afterwards.
Yung Ruby din kasi, although pwede nilang i-pick up, pero may iba silang plano on the EXP. And with the latest patch na nangyari sa MLBB, yes, pinahina yung spell vamp at first ng isang Ruby, pero pinataas naman yung damage output niya. And by the late game, bumabalik naman sa dating values, kumbaga. So, yun yung adjustment sa Ruby. Kaya din siguro tinanggal ng Victory Song Gamers kasi gusto nilang pumuhunan sa mid to late game, ng early game. That is why, that explains the Claude pick and the Eve pick. Pero lapo-lapo ang tatanggalin ng Mongols for that EXP. So, may mga Yuzong pa naman, Uranus actually even, na pwede pang gamitin. And someone nakakaya man-disturb. And that's the Akai picked up by Victory Song Gamers. Umaabot sa second phase yung Akai pick. And for Mark TZ, ang naaalala ko talaga sa batang to, sa player na to, assassin god to nung makakapanahonan niya sa MDL Philippines. That was way back season 2 ng MDL. So ngayon, baka syempre, sa tagal ng panahon ay nag-develop din sa paggamit ng mga ang mga tank type heroes. There goes the Yuzong, inunahan na ng Mongols na kumuha ang VSG.
Okay, I like the idea of versatility here para kay Mark TZ. Nagpapaita siya ng panibagong step into his game. Pero ayun na, yung Yuzhong and yung Beleric na pipiliin ng the Mongols, I feel like they have a very well thought of lineup. Yung kawalan ng crowd control kanina during the first 3 picks that they've had ay nasagot talaga completely with the final 2 na meron sila sa ngayon. But as of this moment, the missing hero naman para sa Victory Song Gamers ay yung gagamitin itong si JM. He's had a lot of playmaking heroes during his time here in the Philippines, and I wouldn't be surprised kung ganong ruta ang puntahan ni Lord JM sa ngayon. But if you're looking at it, yung Yuzong kasi yung isa sa mga malaking playmakers din talaga in the current meta. So he has to play it damage for damage at Benedetta ang kanyang pipiliin. What a pickup wala dito kay JM.
Well, that would explain yung pag-last pick nila ng EXP. Kasi the way they thought their lineup, maglalagay sila ng utility jungle o ng tank jungle on the hands of Mark TZ, and maglalagay sila ng extra damage na hinahanap natin doon sa EXP. And yun naman talaga yung sabihin na natin parang mga cliche na ginagawa sa MLBB, which is kapag kukuha ka ng wala masyadong damage na jungle, ilalagay mo sa EXP. And wala din naman na kasi yung Lapu-Lapu, which is one of those heroes na nabanggit mo kanina na madalas ginagamit ni JM o ni Lord JM way back on his stint here in MPL Philippines, na kumuha na lang siya ng Benedetta para nandun pa rin yung impact, nandun yung damage, and ang likot nung magiging lineup dito ng Victory Song Gamers. So we would expect a lot of split pushes dito sa ating EXP, pero hindi! Nilaban agad nila. They went through that cut and a first blood for VSG.
Oh my gosh, Joshi, galit na. Parang hindi na pagbigyan kanino eh. Sabi, men, ang lala nyo kanina. Medyo hindi kami nakaporma eh. Pero ngayon, parang napagalitan sila ni Coach Jeff eh. Ganito na kaagad yun, ang gigil na ng todo si JM na umabot kaagad ng level 2, which is gonna be a good sign para dito sa kupunan ng VSG. Again, for everybody who is currently watching, puro best of 1 po ang mga laban na makikita natin ngayong araw at pati na rin bukas. But it's VSG looking really good at mag-i-invade na talaga sila completely si JM. Somebody stop this man!
Oh my goodness! First rotation ng Rome, papuntang EXP, first blood. Then first rotation ng EXP, papuntang mid for invasion. So that is a sorry 0-1 para kay Zexora. Ganon kabilis yung gustong laro ng VSG.
Ganda ng tempo na pinapakita dito ng red side. I mean, Europe feels like they have it all under control. Yung pagpili dun sa Benedetta makes it so much faster para makaikot itong si JM sa loob ng mapa. All while Carvey is just farming right at the bot lane. Pero sa ngayon, magta-transition sila para makakuha ng pinakaunang pagong. It's gonna be Ox trying to find the other players, pero mahahanap niya pa lang ay itong si Boro, as JM is also transitioning towards that turtle pit, trying to find an angle para mamataan niya itong si ZX Aura. At mukhang gagalawan niya na to, pare, kasi nandito naman na, lumabas naman na yung pagong.
Diyan na rin si Mark TZ nakahawak dun sa turtle. Nandiyan yung Electro final blow and a petrify for Ox. And Mark TZ will get that retribution done. Turtle secured. At biglang papasok itong si Mumu dun sa likod kay Dixon, flickering out. May Cha Essence, pero hindi enough yung damage ng Yuzong para pumatay. That's a 1-0 trade, and turtle lang nakuha ng VSG. Walang kapalit for Mongols.
Yeah, I mean, Mongols wanted to turn like real bad. Ginawa naman nila yon kontra dito kay Dixon, pero great trigger discipline ang pinakita nung Eve because he used the flicker at the best time possible. Kaya nakawala pa siya dyan. So in spite of the Cha Essence na nagkaroon itong si Mumu, ay hindi talaga siya naging super effective. So VSG, they were happy to get out of that without any sort of casualty. At the Mongols, ito ang game plan. Kailangan mong pigilan si JM kasi ngayon nakataka na naman sila at mukhang wala na sila magagawa pa.
Full combo mula kay JM and a kick mula dito kay Boro. Paulit-ulit na binibigyan si Mumu. Nga naman kasi Mumu na dapat patay, diba? So hindi
Real.
dapat buhay. Kaso meron dong Mountain Shocker na nilapag. May ipit mula kay Mark TZ. Di na gumana pa. Yung Mystic Gush mula kay Mikey. Hindi pa kaya ng damage ng Gord.
Grabe yung BSG dito, men. Di ba sila karmahin nito? Ang tindi! 0-2-0 si ZX Aura na dapat sana ay aasahan mo pagdating dun sa scaling. 0-2-0 din si Momo na aasahan mo naman pagdating ng early game. Pero si JM na ngayon ay parte ng sandamakmak na aktibidades nitong BSG. It feels like, you know, meron palang part dun. Meron palang isa doon sa 4 na kills ng BSG na hindi siya kasama. So, I would say na napakalaki ng kanya naging impact in this game, but if there is any negative as to what VSG is doing right now, 3 of their 4 kills na meron sila ay napunta dito kay Boro. You would have wanted it to go to a different hero, maybe dun sa kanilang damage dealer, but either way, this is a win para sa VSG sa pangalawang pagong na pag-entro.
A win is a win eh. A score is a score na lang for VSG na kahit sino pa makakuha, andyan na yung ikot mula sa Akai ni Mark TZ. Pero 6-0 pa rin na nakakuha ng turtle na yun. But JM will get a kill against Mikey sa likod. Electo, final blow in a petrify play. Mark TZ will secure that. Patay na naman si 6-0. Nakuha nga niya yung turtle. Pero VSG ang nakalamang doon sa clash.
Yup, love the idea mula dito sa VSG na ang target nila ay mga damage dealers talaga. At si Oxa naman ang kanilang mamataan yung Blazing Duet. Wala na yata magagawa. From the other side, it's still gonna be A-OK. Mark TZ na naman ang mamataan at siya ay mabubugbog din nitong si K. Finally, some signs of life mula dito sa the Mongols dahil nakuha nila yung pagong and they were able to take 2 kills para kay K. Medyo na-delay yung start ng Freya in this current matchup, but either way, better late than never. Magkakaroon na sila ng damage heading into the next few minutes.
Again, JM trying to get Zexora. Andiyan na rin naman si Ox para tumulong, pero dahil mailap talaga ang isang binibenta pumasok po ulit.
Oh my gosh!
Nandun yung Rat of Dryad para i-contain ang nagwawalang JM, but still, this is gonna go down sa kamay ng Mongols. Medyo nag-iinit, medyo nag-overheat ang VSG dito.
Oh, ganun yung mga gustong galaw kasi ni JM talaga eh. Yung mga tipong papabayaan mo siya na gawin niya lang yung gusto niyang gawin, just dish out some damage, and that is exactly what he did. 'Di ba? Sinubukan niya talaga na punteriyahin si ZX Aura, but great crossover papunta dun sa top bush for him to just find a way. Valkyrie's Descent is gonna be utilized by K. So, to no avail, it makes it a little easier now for the Mongols na makapalag ng paunti-unti. Kasi VSG, they're very much aware that they're leading by at least 1K. Pero masasabi ko na hindi pa rin talaga ganito kataas na kalamangan yan eh. Because if you're looking at the lineup na dala-dala nitong the Mongols, they have damage dealers. They have heroes that can actually burst you down kapag hindi ka nag-ingat.
Sabi nga ni Ariana Grande, almost is never enough eh.
Correct.
Diba? So, yung 1K gold lead, yes, that's okay. Still positive para sa VSG. Pero kulang pa eh. If you really want to dominate the early, at least 3K sana. Pero ngayon, na nakuha na yung turtle, ay pwedeng pumalag na. Rat of Dryad ay nagamit at may maiipit. JM nakabuhay pa! Doon sa may bandang likod. And Ox will die to the hands of VSG together with K. Nandiyan yung Mystic Gush. Sa pull si Mark TZ. Nandiyan pa rin si Boro with a knock up. And again, Carvey just doing those free hits and a double kill. Hinahabol pa ni JM Zexora. Nandiyan naman si Boro. Pero di na nila maaabutan. Turn na lang sila sa Torre dun sa gitna. And it is a balloon lead para sa VSG. 3K na yung 1K kanina.
Pare, hindi ko alam kung bakit si Ariana Grande, pero idadagdag ko lang din ha. Sabi niya, if you want it, take it. At kinuha ng BSG ang mga buhay dito ng The Mongols, pero parang ganun din yata yung gagawin nila. Nag-aabol si Kay, nanggigigil. Op, sige, banat-banata mo, yung scuttle crab.
Nawalan siya eh. Nag-iinit eh. Kumbaga nananaginip na eh. Kaso, wala, hindi niya naabutan. And wala rin kasi siyang flicker. Diba? Kung may flicker siya, siguro nakasampal siya dun sa mga members ng VSG. Pero, sabi nga ni Ariana Grande kasi, tsaka ni Nathan Sykes, kung over and over again na nangyayari itong mga bagay na to, nasa VSG na yung yung bola ngayon eh. Sila na yung nagdidikta ng tempo. And props to Boro and JM. Silang dalawa yung nagiging anchor ng tempo ng VSG. Yung bilis ng galaw sa kanila galing. Ngayon si Mark TZ, napagamit na ng kanyang ikot. dinala sa may bandang tore, may sipa pa mula kay Boro, nakatutok yung Mystic Gush, pero not enough yung damage. May counter kill mula kay Mumu, nakuha niya si Dixon, pero JM is now here at the party. In-invite niya yung sarili niya, at si Mumu yung namataan nila.
Nako, si Carby ata ang isusunod nila. Nag-descent pa talaga si Kane. Nanggigigil siya doon sa gold laner. Binanat-banatan niya. Pero si Carby buhay pa yata. Hindi na siya makakalis pa. And that's exactly gonna be the case. ZX Aura. Buti pa si Ariana Grande naka-break free eh. Siya hindi siya nakatakas men pagka-dash niya. Men, may way of the dragon pa ulit. Binalik siya doon sa pinanggalingan. And VSG, I think nahanap na nila kung ano yung gusto nila eh. Diba? This is a team that likes to play microhan. That likes to thrive in chaos. Yung mga magulong laban, yun yung mga laban na naipapanalo nila eh. They find order in chaos na, kumbaga, sila yung klase ng mga tao na wag mong gagalawin yung candy, yung tatlong candy na nandyan sa sahig dahil alam nila na tatlo pa yan. So, wag mong gagalawin kasi pag nawala yan, baka masira yung araw nila. Nakakuha pa sila ng Lord.
Tapos yung Lord na yun ay pwedeng gamitin para pumasag ng mga outer turrets. Ready na rin itong si JM at si Mark TZ na habulin itong si Kay. Napaikot na. Pin down. Flicker. Perfectly timed. Makakatakas yung Freya ni Kay. But again, wala siyang flicker panghabol kung gusto niyang managinip, kung gusto niyang magalit. So ngayon na naipit siya sa gitna, may RWM pa, may sipa mula kay Boro, si Mikey yung punteriya, di maka Mystic Gush, pero si Momo na pa Black Dragon form. I like the fight and na gamit na rin. Momo will go down to the hands of JM, and for one last time, I need to be the one that takes you home, sabi ni JM.
Grabe, na-take home talaga eh. Na-take home si Boro, men. Isipin mo, andun siya, zinozone niya yung tatlo. Pero hindi man lang nila nahanapan ng paraan para ma-burst down. I think Boro did an amazing job to be there at those certain moments. Kumbaga nakatakas na nga rin masasabi ko itong si Mumu eh. Pero unfortunately bumalik pa eh. 'Di ba? Bumalik pa doon sa hindi niya talaga dapat na punteriyahin. So with that, VSG, a few minutes ago pinag-uusapan natin na 1.1k lang yung kalamangan nila. Ayaw nila na umabot na to sa sa 99 problems eh. There needs to be at least one less problem for them to create something here. Kasi kung sakali na lumaki pa to at lumobo ng lumobo, medyo mauubusan na sila ng paraan na makabawi. Kasi if you're looking at Carby, alaga siya. Mataba ang Claude ngayon.
Wala siyang kaproblema. Kung yung Mongols ay may 99 problems to deal with, diba? Ang VSG halos wala eh. Maybe the problem na kakaharapin nila itong si Mikey na lang, kasi even if talunin mo yan ang talunin sa early game, may chance bumawi ang Gord eh. Kasi alam naman natin, Glowing One, Blood Wings, probably next going for an Ice Queen or even a Holy Crystal. Pag nabuo niya yung next item niya, mapapakamot na sa hindi makati ang VSG. And yun ang mahirap kasi they have to be mindful of their possessions. Select to find a blow, nagamit din, even the Black Dragon form, pero nag-disengage lang ang VSG. Wala man yung Electro Final Blow ni JM, pero sa dami ng dash niyan, makakabalik yan.
Oo. Hindi nga, parang kususumahin mo yung galaw dito ni Momo, ano na lang eh. Kumbaga naghahanap talaga sila ng todo na mapipick off nila. Pero si Boro, mabilis umiska po. Si JM, ganun din. Si Dixon, hindi lumalapit. Si Carby, may BMI. Lahat yan may panakas, pero ito yata wala kasi si Kay nag-1v1 tapos may tropang kasama. Ayun, umalis ka dyan. Sabi ni Mark, bawal yan. Kapwa Pinoy yan. Pinoy pride. Hindi pwede yan.
Grabe yung Pinoy pride nila. Parang inaargabyado ka dyan ha. Ganun naman talaga tayo mga Pinoy eh.
Yan.
Kapag naaargabyado ang mga kapatid natin o ating mga kasama, andun tayo lagi para umagapay. Although wala nang heavy spin, mahirapan sa objective, pero parang hindi naman. Ilalaban lang nila. Nandyan yung Wrath of Triad mula kay Ox, pero mukhang may ipit siya, pero buhay, hindi. Dahil sinusubukan pa rin nilang patayin at aabulin. Carby with that blazing duet sa likod. Sa pool at mamamatay si Ox, pero Kay with a flicker, nananaginip na. Sinipa lang ni Boro, umalis ka. Kaso nga lang, hinarap lang ni Carby. Binaril niya yung nananampali na double kill for Zexora. Medyo nakakabawi ang Mongol sa mga ganong klaseng team fight.
Yeah, I would say that's a win para sa The Mongols. Sobrang ganda nung anggulo na pinanggalingan ni Kay. Sure, namatay siya, pero na-pick off niya kasi itong si Dixon na naka-RWM lang the entire time. So, obviously, stationary, pagbubugbugin, pagsasampalin lang siya doon nitong si Kay at natapos yung laban na wala na namang isang damage dealer yung VSG upon the start of that fight. And in addition, hindi pa sila nagkakaroon ng Black Dragon form during that moment, pero nakuha nila yung panalo because of winning angles, because of winning positions na hindi inaasahan ng VSG na meron sila. So yung 6.2k na meron at hawak-hawak ng VSG kanina, baba na lang ngayon sa 2.6 at kailangan nilang alagaan to kasi si Carby ay medyo nagagalusan na at nakakahanap na ng paraan na ang Mongols para makalaban. Ayan na naman, oh.
Hindi tumama yung petrify mula dito kay JM. Sorry, miss and a shutdown mula kay Momo. Yung gustong gawin ng BSG ay hindi nila nagawa. Si Mark Tizzy ngayon ang sinusubukang i-zone ni Kay. Siya na mismo yung sumasampal. And my lord na pwedeng pagagawan. Mayroon pang heavy spin na pwedeng bitawan. Ito si Mark Tizzy. Nasa kanya pa rin yung advantage when it comes to retry. At si Ox naman ngayon, siya pinupunteriya. But merong blazing duet mula kay Carby sa likod. At si Mikey yung kanyang target. But then, mabubuhay pa siya kaso may nag-aabang na Kay doon sa likod. And Mark Tizzy will save Carby. Yung hawak na posisyon ng Mongols, hawak na ngayon ng BSG.
Grabe, sobrang tindi na ginawa ni Mark Tizzy doon. Kumbaga nakita niya si Carby. Era naman si Carby pero di niya na maliligtas ngayon. ZX Oray pinaghigante itong si Kay. Blood for blood ang nasasaksihan natin ngayon between these two teams. Alam mo, sobrang hirap mag-analyze dito, Joshi. Talagang pindutan gamers lang eh. Yun lang ang nasasaksihan ko dito eh. Isipin mo, yung slow push sa taas, either way, ang tagal pa niyan. Kasi parehas minion waves, parehas ng galaw. Yung sa bot, ganun din naman. Tapos mag-electro final blow na naman. May mamatay na naman dito. Si JM na naman ang makakuha.
Napakasakit ng damage na yun. Enough to get Zexora down. And si Dixon na magiging kapalit. Mark Tizzy with that heavy spin. Nasa magdi-disengage sa mga members dito ng VSG. Humahabol si Kay. Flicker na naman ito. Shutdown against Boro. Ngayon ay hawak na muli ng Mongols yung posisyon dun sa Lord.
Yung pala yun. Yun yung sinasabi mo kanina. Nung nag-ulti, itong si Kay, tapos banatan niya yung Scuttle Crab, natawa tayo. O ako lang siguro. Kasi wala ganun nabanat-banatan niya. Wala na siyang choice. Nangyari na, naganap na. Sabi mo kung may flicker yan, game. At nag-flicker na nga. At hindi na sayang yon. And Kay is now at 4-3-2. Dixon is starting to have a really hard time para makahanap ng angulo na gusto niya dito sa mga laban na ibinibigay talaga sa kanya nitong The Mongols. Kasi sure, meron kang RWM, nandyan yung damage output. But there's some sort of dashes from Kay na hindi mo talaga maiiwasan. And the Mongols are doing their very best to get the gold lead for theirs at pati na rin itong major objective.
5-5 magiging talaan para sa Lord. Sasayawin ng Mongols at ng BSG JM doon sa balbas ng Lord Bush. And this time ay makikita naman sa at check ni Ox. Wala pa nagsisimula ng Lord. Maaari tayo makakita ng laban lang at wala ng Lord. Ganun ang maaaring mangyari. But Zexora trying to get that short lane done. Wala pa rin may full control dito sa Lord Pit. Hinahanap pa ng bawat teams kung sinong magsisimula ng away. And for Mongols, sabi nga ni Ariana Grande, God is a woman. Diyos na kasi yung Freya ngayon. Mahihirapan na ang BSG na pumalag ng sabayan. And look at Ox, just sacrificing his body para lang mazone ng mga members dito ng BSG. RWM na gamit din pa ni heavy spin. Low na rin si JM. Inabot na ni Kay, pero naabot din siya ng mga bala ni Carby. Retrihan, wala pa si Mark Tizzy. Kaya ba kukuha ng Mongols ang Lord?
Grabe, sacrificing body for body. Kumbaga, ano na to naramdaman ko yung kagustuhan talaga ng Mongols to take that Lord. Kasi again, Kay didn't need to do that. Pero napansin niya na sobrang low na si JM. Pag nag-dash yan papasok, baka mayari na naman si ZX Aura. Pero ngayon si ZX Aura ang papasok. Hindi inasahan ni Dixon. At nag-flicker papasok. -2 ang BSG.
With flickers spent mula kay Mikey, okay lang yon basta wala si Dixon. Ngayon yung mga Torres sa gitna ang punteriya ng Mongols Apat pa silang nandito, nabuhay na rin si Kay. Wala yung RWM na aasahan ng VSG. May Lord pa silang hawak sa may bandang itaas at dinidelay lang. Tinatagalan lang ng onte para makarating yung Freya na hawak ng Mongols. Rather, Mystic Gush, Boro umaamba ng sipa. Pero di niya kakayanin ng idiretso ang kanyang plano. Nakaabang din kasi itong si Ox. Ngayon may Black Dragon form and a Rat of Dryad sa likod. Carby is down! Ngayon si Boro ang isusunod. Immortality Pop. RWM ay nagamit din. Tapos may boundary na ipit ng mga members. But JM is there! JM is there! Inabol niya ang mga members dito ng Mongols. Pero doon sa likod ay si Kay. Siya na naman ang problema. Siya na yung humaharap para sa Mongols. 2 for 3 at lamang pa rin doon ang Mongols.
Grabe, Kay, magpaawat ka naman. Namatay siya kanina pare 2 beses ever since he never looked back. Kumbaga, nung namatay na siya na sunod na 2, lagi may baon na 1 o 2 kill na ginagawa ni Kay. The game changer of the Mongols has been here the entire time. Really off to a great start para sa Mongolian squad. Natalo sila kanina kontra sa Foot Esports, pero binabawi nila. Parang nahanap nila yung tamang timpla. 19 minutes in, a total of 40 kills ang nasasaksihan natin ngayon pare. Bihira lang yung mga ganitong klase ng ganap. Pero pindutan gamers lang talaga, yun lang masasabi ko eh. May times na yung angulo ng Mongols mas maganda. May times na yung angulo ni JM. Kasi pakiramdam ko siya talaga yung nagsisimula ng mga laban eh. Pag nakita ni JM na pangit ang angulo tapos sinugod niya pa rin, medyo lugi ang BSG. Pag nakakuha si JM na magandang Electo final blow at nabanat-banata niya either si Mikey or si ZX Aura, mananalo ang BSG in those team fights.
So may requirements. 'Di ba? May mga kailangang ma-meet ang bawat team. For VSG, pwesto mula kay JM. For Mongols, pwesto mula kay Kay. So, doon tayo nakatingin sa dalawang key players for both of these teams. And nakita nila si Kay. May sipa doon pero not enough yung gagawin nila. Sinalo ni Kay ng buong puso Electo Final Blow pero naipit na si Boro sa 4 na miyembro ng Mongolian squad and Mumu is there para lang i-zone yung 4 na miyembro ng VSG.
Mahirap talagang kalaban yung Freya, man. Hindi mo basta-basta mababata yan. Ang daming flash niyan. Or should I say, ang daming dash pala. Si JM ginawa niya na yung best niya eh. Marami din naman siyang dash eh. Kaso yung problema kasi, hindi akma dun sa sitwasyon. At ngayon, the Mongols, hindi nila basta hawak ang 1.7k na gold lead. Hawak din nila ang Lord Pit, ang beat, at ang paraan para makakuha ng panalo in this MSC wildcard.
This is the first time na lumamang ang Mongols against PSG sa game na to. A total of 41 kills in 21 minutes. Almost 2 kills per minute ang nangyari sa laban na to. So balagbagan talaga. And now that the Lord is on the hands of Mongols, going onto the top lane, maaaring yun na ang gamitin ng Mongolian squad para tapusin ang laban. Si Mumu nandun na agad. Nag-aabang na. If ever man na mayroong sasalubong dun sa Lord, pwede niyang bigyan, pwede niyang patayin. Kasi, usong to eh. We're talking about this during the draft na ito yung mga playmaker heroes talaga. And this could run independently. Kaya niyang mag-isa lang siya at pumatay ng 2 o 3 kahit pa kapalit ng buhay niya. Ngayon na pantay-pantay yung mga minion waves sa baba ang unang target ng Mongols. Even yung gitna ay nakapasok na rin. Mountain Chakra is up. Ibabato ba yung bangka? Doon sa torre na ibato. Pero doon sa may bandang Lord, nag-aabang ang BSG. Na-burst na nga nila. Pero nandito na yung round 2. Ito na yung totoong laban. Papasok yung Freya. Mag-ulti. Pero may heavy speed na gagamit si Mark TZ. Rat of Dryad sa likod. Hindi ko alam kung para saan yun, pero para iligtas. Ito si Kay, may minions na paparating. Maaari pang tapusin ng Mongols to, pero dinedepensahan ng BSG ng buong puso. JM, sumusubok kumombo doon. Makiklear nila yung minions and buhay pa rin naman. Winter Crown ay nagamit ni Momo. Nandiyan yung Mystic Gush. Wala yung isang miyembro ng Mongols at buhay pa ang BSG.
Valiant defense para dito sa BSG. Merong mga slight errors na nakomit doon ng Mongol, specifically yung ginawa ni Ox doon. Rat of Dryad, ginamit niya rin yung flicker. Parang gusto niya sana papasok eh. Kaso, unfortunately, hindi niya napasok yung BSG. Instead, it was on the way out So wala, Germs talaga ang tinamaan ng Wrath of the Riot niyan. Hindi natin may tatanggi yun. But at least, they were able to take 3 inhibitors. And so far, based on where we are currently looking, lumalamang si JM pagdating doon sa mga damage output. But in terms of the crowd control, yung impact talaga sa laro in the later portions of this game, masasabi natin that Momo has been there every once in a while. Being the sacrificial lamb, diba? Sacrificial play na kung susumahin. Kasi lahat ng mga galaw niya is for the greater good. Si Kane na naman na makikita nila dito, pero si JM na naman na maiipit.
Immortality Pop, Breath of the Riot na gamit din. Yung attempt niya. Naku po, namatay din si Carby. Sinalo niya ng buong puso. Yung Mystic Gush. Wala na rin si Dixon. Nandiyan na si Momo Mark. Easy na paggamit ng heavy spin. And petrify mula kay Momo. 4 men down from the side of BSG. At kumpleto pa ang Mongols.
Men, gusto na yata nilang tapusin. Si Boro lang ang natitira. Restaurant to dun sa Morato pero parang tatapusin na nila to.
Mag-isa na lang si Boro na dedepensa and hindi niya nakakayanin. Sumalo pa ng crowd control. Unstoppable na si Mikey and Mongols will get this game against Victory Song Gamers.
What a breath of fresh air. Masasabi ko na pagdating sa MSC Wildcard, men, akala ko mga babagal yung laro. Pero sinabayan ng The Mongols ang galaw na gustong gawin dito ng BSG. Sinimulan nila na balagbagan, microhan, tapikan ng balikat. Pero yung The Mongols, willing sila eh. Willing silang sumabay eh. Sinabayan nila hanggang dulo, nahapo ang kupunan ng BSG at doon nanalo at lumamang ang The Mongols.
Maybe it's the best term to use, napagod yung BSG sa early game na pinakita nila because of that fast-paced early game and yung walang sawang kills and ikot sa mapa. Tapos para sa Mongols, all they have to do is give space para kay Kay and bigyan siya ng magandang entry point. Maybe that's how Mongols got this game against BSG. Kasi sa totoo lang, kung usapang early game, ang laki talaga ng lamang nung lineup ng BSG because of that Benedetta pick. Late game, nandun din yung late game nila because of that Claude pick. Ang kaso nga lang, may mga questionable entries itong si Carby, lalo-lalo na nun sa last crash, na sinugod niya ng dire-diretso yung gourd without even considering kung gano'n nakasakit yung gourd. And that's what we're talking about during the mid-game, na problema yung gourd pagdating na late game. Kasi even if ma-0-3 o ma-0-4 mo yan sa early, once na makabawi o once makakuha ng items, walang useless na yung 0-4 na ginawa mo ng early game mo, yung 0-2 na kinaharap niya ng early game. So, Mongols, they were able to get this win, pero 0-2 na ang BSG sa Group A.
Oo, ang hirap nito para sa mga natin, para sa mga kababayan natin na of course, mapapansin naman natin dito, gaya nga nung nasabi ni Joshi Cakes kanina, lalamang at lalamang talaga eh. 'Di ba? Lalamang at lalamang ang kupunan ng BSG dahil dun sa hawak nila mga heroes. Nasa iyo ang Benedetta, nasa iyo ang Akai at nasa iyo ang Cho. Those are some pretty good rotational pieces na pwede mo talaga magamit in the first few minutes of this game. But aside from the fact na nasabi nga natin na nahapo, napagod, there were some risks na kinumit ang kupunan ng BSG na parang hindi naman talaga nila kailangan i-commit completely. We cannot deny, andun yung micro, nandun yung palaga, nandun yung atake na gusto nilang gawin. Unfortunately for them, it did not happen as of this game dahil dun sa mga team fights na napapanalo ng kupunan ng The Mongols. It felt like they were bonding. It felt like their chemistry was longer being together compared to what VSG is going through. Na kahit nasabihin natin na may lamang naman ang bahagya pagdating dun sa pindutan, when you combine it all together, it feels like the Mongols will always have the upper hand.
Saka din, parang ang sobrang straightforward nung lineup nila. Kasi pag tumama yung bola ng Gord, mag-ulti lang yung Gord, tapos papalo lang yung Freya. Kapag hindi mo nakokontrol yung Freya, again, magwawala yan. And that's what happened during that last clash. Hindi na siya napansin to a point na gustong-gustong kunin nila JM itong Gord ni Mikey. So, the moment na nagkamali sila ng kalkulasyon doon sa damage output ng Gord, Doon na nagsimula yung panalo ng Mongols.
And with that being said, it's the Mongols finally getting their first victory in the MSC Wildcard 2026. This is just the first of the other 4 matches na makikita natin ngayong gabi. Stay tuned because the MSC 2026 Wildcard Filipino broadcast will be right back.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.